Good evening, Nutmeg and Beyond Curling Nation. Pinto Hope here for the third draw of the Nutmeg Mixed Golden Handle 2023. We've got two main event quarterfinals over on sheets B and C, which we'll be featuring. Sheet B having Team Corelli versus Team Hippias, and Team C featuring Team Simia versus Team Kasperwitz from Ardsley/Long Island Curling Clubs. And all the other clubs are represented currently by Nutmeg Curling. To give you a little guide on the uniforms, and we'll give you the breakdown before they open up their first end. Team Hippias is wearing all red. They are apparently theming out as, I believe, Team Crab or Team Lobster, not sure. But you got AJ Hippias at skip, Sue Liu at vice, Noah Gordon at the second, and Aaron Weedman at the lead position, all four players being from Nutmeg Curling here in Bridgeport. They're facing off against Team John Corelli, sporting the all-orange look. And on Team Corelli, they are skipped by John with his vice, Rebecca Andrew out of Broomstones. Rebecca Andrew out of Rochester. Brian Tully from our very own Nutmeg Curling, and as well as Lauren Richard from Broomstones. So they're a three-club composition, Team Corelli. And they're just about kicking off. Over on sheet C, looks like Team Kasperwitz out of Long Island/Ardsley is going to start with the hammer and the red stones. Team Simia's lead, Nada Leslie, is off with the first stone of the match. And as usual per Ed, did bring it into the rings to start things off. Team Simia will be throwing yellow rocks. Rounding out that rink at second is our very own from Nutmeg, Larry Beccari, often known as Skinny. The vice on that team is also from Nutmeg, Anna Senzali, and skipped, of course, by everybody knows Ed Simia. Colin Kasperwitz's team is skipped by Colin himself, along with Pauline Davies, who is from Ardsley, with Keith Wisbauer at second. I might be mistaken, but I think Keith is a member of both clubs, Ardsley and Long Island. And they're filled out with Christine Gluckert at lead. Team Kasperwitz is throwing the yellow rocks, and Team Corelli are throwing the red. Much as on sheet C, Team B also did elect to bring their early stones in, and it looks like the teams are just testing each other out a little bit with some hits back and forth. Not to be forgotten, of course, and over on sheet A, that's our sole matchup of this draw. That is what is in the B event or the second event. And over on sheet A, which will keep you up to speed on the scoring, we have got Team Baynard, skipped by Ray Baynard. And his vice is Liz Tully, also from Nutmeg Curling. They've got themselves Andy Boone, also of Nutmeg Curling, as their second. And they're complete with Bev Baynard, also from Team Nutmeg. They're facing off, and I hope I pronounce this correctly, against Team Romanasem out of Long Island with their skip, Eric. Looks like his wife, Marie, at vice, with Howie Kunzinger at second. Finished off with Sasha Pincus at lead. And Team Long Island is throwing the yellow rocks on sheet A, with Team Baynard from Nutmeg throwing the red rocks on sheet A. That is, again, the second event. To our feature game here on Sheet C in the main event. It does look like for now that each team has one stone in the house. Team Kasperowitz trying to take a look at their own to pump that up and perhaps knock out the counting nutmeg stone. Ed Simi has asked Larry Beccari to bring a second stone in the house for a split. And Larry's off with his final stone. And Team Simia did successfully split the house, counting the first and second of 3 rocks in the house right now. Colin came out to take a look at that center guard, and he's asking Keith Wisbauer to run that back for Keith's final stone. Over on sheet B, we've got welcome back Brian Tully in the hack for his first rock of the first end. Brian's awaiting John's instruction. Over on sheet B, it looks as though Nutmeg's got the first stone, counting in a full 8, and there might be a stone, hard to tell from here. Could be a stone from the opponent's Team Hippias in the rear 12, or it might not be counting, though it is in play. Something to be considered. And there comes Brian with his first. Sweepers are on it lightly. It looks like John is either trying to wick off the inside of it or just curl right past it. Everything over on that side of the house is under very good cover. Sweepers are on it to finish it off as it comes in. It did bump up the shot rock quite nicely for a good-looking split over there on the far side of sheet B for Team Corelli. And Team Simia has successfully placed a third yellow stone into the house on sheet C, with Pauline Davies' first stone up. Collins asking for about a control up, just about a normal down hit weight. Hit that stone and roll under cover out front. Sweepers are off it for now. We've got a little bit of sweeping on it as it's starting to cut across rather nicely. Got it about on the nose, and it wicked the other yellow stone on the way back. For now is the second of 3 shots in the house, for which Ed Simi is asking Anna Senzali to immediately remove it. Anna's out of the house with her final stone. Larry Beccari on it at first, now Nada Leslie on it. They're both on it pretty hard. Seems to be cutting across, but they're holding it really well. It did come up on the draw end and actually came down and just about locked on to the existing number 1 stone. That's actually giving Team Simi the first, second, and 4th counting stone. Colin out to have a look at that high guard, which he is going to ask Pauline, I believe, to run it right back. Over on sheet B, Rebecca Andrew getting ready for her final stone on Team Corelli. We'll get you a peek on that house in a moment. Collins Rick did successfully peel that center guard. It looks like he's content to just put it right back, right at the top of the house. So on sheet B, we do have the Team Corelli with 2 stones counting, with Rebecca Andrews shot out of hand. And I assume they're going to curl right down to them and put a little pressure and chase on Team Hippias, make them come down. Dinner's on, all. We did just get our live YouTube feed up for our monitor purposes. Hello out there, James Bilodeau, or maybe Bilodeau, sorry. Good curling to you, and cheers, mate. Grab a plate of food, maybe your favorite beverage. We've got 2 consecutive draws here. This is the 5:30, got kicked off about 10 minutes late. And we've got our final draw of the evening, also with 2 main event big-time matchups coming up at 8 p.m. immediately following this draw and a little bit of ice maintenance. We hope you can hear us well out there. This is our first time back on the air with audio as opposed to just video. We did make some remediations to the audio, so if you... Dr. No. How are you, Dr. No? Don't know who you are, says Hope rocking the mic. Oh, thank you. That means you can hear us. I have no idea who you are, but cheers to you, mate. Situation at hand on sheet C. Colin Kasperwitz is having a look at those first 2 Team Simia stones that are covering the button quite well. Colin does, for now, have the 3rd best rock, though he's coming down for his first to maybe shake him up a little bit. We're taking about 2.5 stones of ice. So I assume he's probably throwing about T-line, maybe just beyond weight to bump him a little. Possibly give himself a chance to still score the deuce. Although it's looking most likely his best path right now would be to perhaps take the force of 1. Collins' rock is out of hand as John Corelli over on sheet B is up in the hack, getting ready for his first of 2 stones. We'll keep you up to date on that in a moment. Colin did, wow. He wicked in rather nicely off a little in-off combo in the top corner of the 12-foot. Sliced his object rock directly at to the 2 nutmeg stones in the 4-foot, bumping the first of 2 off, albeit placing the second right over the pin. Although Team Simia has got to place a very crafty, well-crafted shot here, because there are a couple of quick ways I can see that Colin and mates would be able to possibly remove him. So I assume Ed's just drawn right down to the mix. Maybe even locked to the inside of that number 1 Long Island Ardsley stone. Over on sheet B, we've got the first 3 stones in the house are all Team Corelli, with A.J. Scipius coming down to evaluate what he's doing, and it looks like he might be trying to slice in a angle raise himself. Meanwhile, Ed's first shot is coming in with about back house weight. It's going to nicely tap back that currently best Ardsley stone. Pushed it off the back of the rings gently and is currently lying for the 2nd best rock. Colin is going to presumably just draw right down to it. Then again, he might be trying to hit. There is a double there, and if he strikes it just right with some control weight, might be a path to take 3 with that 4th counting stone, although not likely because he'll The shot that's on the button is probably still going to be in the back 12. This is going to be a very interesting shot to see. It's a similar ice as if he were either striking that outer rock or potentially just drawing down to the shot rock, so we're just not sure. We'll know about as soon as he pushes out of the hack. Hey, guys. He's throwing hit weight. So he's hitting the number 2 nutmeg rock, and he's trying to maybe hit it thin and roll right over the top for his final. Oh, wow. Correct that. He hit it thin. He took the shot rock. He jammed on that, knocked it right off. He took 3. That's a beautiful shot there, Colin. I guess we'll give you the first Kubi of the evening there, Kubi. Really nice stuff. From here, it did not seem like a very plausible shot, but in fact turned out to be quite the shot. John Corelli, Team Corelli, back down into the hack for his final stone. And it's fairly safe to say that for now, Team Hippias has got the number 1 stone, but it's at our angle, not decisive. John is likely to draw down to it, maybe even try to get to the nose and bump it just a smidge. He's got himself about back house weight. Team Kasparitz leads off second end, bringing their first rock right onto the center line 4-foot ring. As John Corelli's final stone did seem to chip something, because I saw some stones moving outside of the house. Did open up a little bit for some what would likely be a very bending draw for AJ Hippias. I'm on a weird angle, so I just don't know. But it looks like AJ has got possibly a pretty clear draw for 2. If he does, he's coming well out into the outside of the 4-foot. They've taken some pretty wide ice. His shot's out of hand. We'll let you know how that turns out. Back on sheet C, Team Simias put themselves up a perfect corner guard, ignoring that 4-foot draw by Ardsley. Ardsley's second stone is perfectly executed as a mid-center guard. Ed's content to just ask Nada to draw in around their well-placed corner guard. Not surprised, adhering to his strict discipline. He's perfectly happy to leave 2 or 3 rocks lining that center line for what would be 1 or 2 pretty big hits from Larry Beccari. Apologies, couldn't catch the drift of what happened on sheet B because a bunch of sweepers were in the way. But I assume AJ scored at least 1. And possibly 2. There was a whole crowd, whole flock of people, whole flock of curlers. Thank you, Karen. Our feet on the ground tell us it was just 1 for Team Hippias, so they're out with a forced 1-0 lead after 1. Aaron Weedman's first rock is out of hand. Sue Lou and Noah Gordon got on it fairly quick, so they're trying to bring that as a nice deep center guard. It looks like it's on its way. Back on sheet C, Nada's second rock did curl around that guard, came up a couple stones short of getting into the house. So Colin was content to just shake up his initial center guard. He's got two pretty aligned center guards now. Ed's going right to him, asking Larry Beccari to throw some peel weight, clear out all 3 rocks, most importantly including the shooter. And these guys know exactly how to do it. sit back and watch. Larry's shot's out of hand. He's got peeled down weight, but just still enough. Both Anna and Nate are on it, giving it a pretty firm brush. They did roll the shooter to the side, sliced over that, what's our right-hand side guard, paired to miss the second guard by at least a couple inches, so they did not get the double peel, although they got a great result because they opened back up the draw lines and got their guard over as a really nice corner. I hope I'm reading this right in our comment section. It says, "We TZ." Nice shot, Colin. Maybe it's Y or William. William Tasmania. I don't know. We also don't seem to have a favicon with a picture, just a blank slate. But evening to you, we. Hopefully you got a drink in hand. Larry Beccari out of with his second shot, a similar situation, two well-stacked Ardsley guards. He's got what they're used to pulling off quite well. He got both of the guards, took the shooter all the way to the edge of the rink. May or may not have actually placed his object, Yellowstone, onto the rings. I'm going to assume yes. Both skips have looked at it close enough that it's of concern. I think it is on the rings. The entire 4-foot path is open. Shot stone of Ardsley exposed. So Colin's just asking Pauline Davies to likely throw a mid guard. Maybe even come down, tap it. That'd be pretty aggressive though. Guard should suffice for now. Over on sheet B, Noah Gordon seems to be drawing down around Team Hippias's centerline guard, ignoring the Team Corelli shot in the top 12. It bent, but it bent late. John Corelli's going to give it a real good go. It does float all the way back, but still a full 12 foot. Maybe about 85%, 80% at least under cover, so it's not a horrible outcome. It's something that you might even jam your own stone to later. But as a result of that, John Corelli's asked his mates to come up with the top 8 foot, I believe. You want to jump in? Grab those off there. I'll plug you in. Hey, folks, we got our first participant visitor tonight, Nate Holm. See if I plug him in all right. I'm here. Did hear the static as I plugged it. It should be on. Say hello, Nate. Nate Holmes here, everybody, in the house.
Evening, all.
Yeah, we got you, Nate.
I'm on.
Mom's here?
You can hear me, yeah?
Mom's
Okay.
on YouTube?
No, I'm saying my voice is coming through.
It's coming through to my monitor, so that
Okay.
suggests that, yeah, we're...
I'll be 1 second.
Yeah, I just heard you. Just heard you on the laptop, so we good. Nate's gonna drop in. I think Nate might be done curling for the day, but I could give him a second to tell you about his daily adventure. I believe they've got themselves 1 or 2 wins in this 2023 Golden Handle. Say hi, Nate.
Yeah, we lost our first one to Heidi. You know, they played really well.
I was unaware.
We were 3 up, and then they clawed their way back. And
So you guys played Ryan Heidi first draw, 9 a.m.
yeah, no, first draw tonight at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, okay. So that places them into a match later
But they're
on.
playing Gallegos at 8 o'clock.
Matt Gallegos, I think a 2, 3,
Yep.
maybe even 4-time Golden Handle champion. I know it's at least 2.
He just got his 10th year participation
He did get
badge
10?
last year, so yeah.
That's right.
He's
he did get it.
well known at this event, and
A perennial.
I do say that we do take privilege, though, that we beat him last year. with Amy, the same team, Kristen. So
Oh, you're the same
we
exact
we
team.
beat them in the pool play last year, although we then lost to Colin, who's on sheet right now in our last game. So we dropped from potentially going to the A final to the C, but
Okay.
we still won last year. It was good. And
So as it stands, you've played 2 matches today.
no, that was last year. We had the pool play
okay.
last year, but I like that we got up to 16 now, that we can do a full draw, and the bracket's a lot easier to work out in terms of what
How
event
many
you go
teams
into.
are-
And
12 or 16?
We got
last
16.
year? 16.
I think we
this
had
year.
10 last year.
10. Okay.
Because I think we had 2 lots of 5, so it's definitely growing, and it's good to, because this has always been a good spiel for this club to have it back at 16, and hopefully again it can grow even further.
Yeah, and the off-site entertainment is a brand new entity this year. with
No, we had it last year, and it worked. We had a murder
the
mystery.
Murder mystery, but the dueling pianos is a first. So I
Yeah,
think
but
it's
that's what
gonna
I'm saying.
go
But
over
the
here.
off-site, people heard about it last year, I think, and
Might have dialed in.
might have dialed in. So even more again next year, I think we've got
Build.
a little bit extra. But
So your adventures thus far at the 2023, you guys won your first draw.
no, we only played once, so
Oh,
we
you did,
lost. So
okay.
we dropped into the B.
You're
So we
into the
play
B,
Schenectady tomorrow
off for the evening.
at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then we'll play again at 2 regardless. So
So you have got a potential matchup with the folks over on Sheet A. That's, by the way, our only non-main event.
no, we're already guaranteed who we got. We have got the Schenectady team. We've got Team Swears
Team Swears. Okay.
with Paddy.
So it might
So they're already off the ice.
run into
They
the
played against
winner of
Quad.
either of these at some point down the
Maybe.
road. Okay.
I know Craig Steffen's done really well. He lost his first game, but then he won his second
He
game
did,
today. So
okay.
he's
I was unaware how they did.
so he's 1-1 already. The first team advanced into the B bracket. So they got their first win in the B.
Oh, they did. Okay.
So
there are
they're
B
they're off
games.
until tomorrow.
Oh, good for them.
But again, we avoid them. They're in the top half. We're in the bottom half. So
And it looks like on mentioned Sheet A.
it's Raymond's team.
Team Baynard did take 2, a steal of 2 in the first end, and they are also starting to load again. Rocks up around the 4-foot and in the 4-foot, with some stuff out front too, and stone in hand. So they're looking.
I gotta admit though, I think this whole color thing has actually worked out really well, because our sheets are looking very colorful tonight.
very festive.
Apart from Ed's team, who has let Ed down because he's the only one in purple, and everyone else.
Was that something you guys did on your own? Or was
No,
that part
we
of
got
the,
assigned colors, and
You did. What are you guys?
we were black. We got lucky. I
So
mean,
you're Team Black.
we were team black, and
So we're going with the tuxedo T-shirts.
but I see a lot of red. I see a lot of orange on the sheet, blue.
Yeah, it's awesome. It really lets everyone stand out, especially for everybody watching on the. I'm looking also at the through the glass, but on the YouTube, it's
It looks colorful.
so easy, very colorful.
Looks good on the eye.
Except for those pants, they're a little mesmerizing. Keith. I can't quite. Same with Colin. I just can't stare at those pants. My eyes.
The
get-
checkered.
My eyes flick out
Yeah.
for a second, so I gotta let kind of deep focus, like Seinfeld.
So a little update on the curling. On sheet C, wow. Colin got, so Ardsley, Long Island,
Three
they
in the
jumped out to
first,
3 in the
yeah,
first.
with a real good final shot.
They are lying 2 right now, I believe. Maybe 3. I mean, I don't know. That one might be out on the right. I don't think that's biting. I think it's 2.
I think 2 for sure, though.
And this is last rock.
It's got a pretty easy
So
approach.
he's got the full 8 foot to draw here, Ed.
Big scoring zone, as they say. Sweepers are on it almost immediately. Not really hard, but pretty consistent.
No, they're consistent. I mean, they're kind of.
I believe he's going to take his force of 1.
I mean, that weight
It is
looks
slowing
fine for his
down, though.
force. Oh, it's
It is
biting,
slowing
but I
down,
still
so
think
they
he's going to
gotta
get it.
work.
Oh, it's close.
I don't know if he got there, Nate. He definitely took those first 2. It's going to
Oh,
be
wow.
a 4. It's going to be a steal 1.
That looked great all the way. That really did. I mean,
really did.
the sweepers were kind of hitting it, but not hard. And
It really did.
I mean, I think that's the new thing of our ice. Our ice now is
It's sensitive to it.
sensitive. If you're just a touch down, it will move. The break point is higher,
Takes a
and
bigger
it takes a
dive,
lot.
and
It takes a lot off your stone.
Seems to go a little uphill too. Yeah, I noticed that last night we were out there, and a little more Tuesday night. We came up.
But I love our
Short
I
more
love our
often.
ice conditions right now. I mean, I know it's going to dial down a bit, but
They've been great.
I think flipping the rocks shows how good our ice has been this year. Because if our ice wasn't good, we wouldn't be getting that 6 feet of curl,
No, and they're
even
diving,
with our flipping with the rocks. So we've gone from, I think, 3 to 4 feet of curl to 6, 7. I mean,
especially on the guards. But yeah, they're finishing
on the
off nicer,
guards, you can definitely get.
and they're diving less. With a
Well, it's the weight sensitivity. It's if you throw that guard, they're going to dive the break points earlier, and if you hit the right line, you are.
Anyway, we got an interesting scenario. Maybe stack it up on sheet B. Rebecca Andrews in the house for John Corelli's first. And they're probably hitting that and maybe trying to go undercover so they got a split. But the spot that they'll hit it is subject to maybe get the double.
I mean, I'm looking on the monitor
Lauren
now.
and Brian are on it pretty hard, and it's a great weight.
Oh, and it's going to be a
This
nice
and
roll,
kicked
and
it,
he gets the double.
And it did.
Oh, wow, what a
And
shot.
look at that, Nate. They're buried twice. Well, buried once, and that's a great outcome.
I mean, it's hard to
Fantastic.
look. I mean, obviously over here on sheet C. I didn't know the angle on the double, but he hit a beautiful hit and roll,
Wasn't that just the
double on the
weight?
back. Perfect weight.
Perfect weight.
I mean, going back to the ice, I mean, if he throws that down, that's breaking way too early. So he had to trust his weight there to
No doubt. Having a
get it on, have a chance with the double.
having a great follow-up discussion with
And then-
the engineer of the shot, Rebecca, and they're happy. They're very pleased.
Yeah.
AJ's got a. I would likely take that out, even if he leaves himself open. He's sizing up the double.
I mean, they scored
Thinking
one,
fourth.
so they Corellius hammer. There's
Get
nothing
two, it's
really.
early.
There's nothing really he can guard himself on.
I agree, and yeah,
He's got to just concede the two at this point. Maybe hit and roll out is not worse because then he forces the draw. And again, we've seen on sheet C just how tricky that draw could be.
Now here's where the I call the greed factor, Nate. The thinner I hit it to get that double, the more apt I might be to. If it doesn't get there, I might soar right through, giving them that very draw.
We
Open
got
draw for three.
Going
so
over to sheet A, we've got a stone that's on its way. It looks touch heavy. Could cut down now if it does sit there. Ooh.
caught a little wick at the end and hung
Sheet
around.
A, so reds, that was the final stone, that was hammer.
I'm thinking they took 2 or 3.
Uh,
Elizabeth collecting up the rocks.
she's collecting already. They're pretty confident. It
Steal
could have
of
been
at least 2, Nate, right?
at least 2, possibly 3
Possibly 3.
for red
We'll wait till they
to make
post.
them jump. So they jump at least 4 up, maybe 5,
Yes, sir.
which is a great start for Nutmeg.
AJ did, unfortunately, what we had discussed was a potential in trying to get a little thinner to roll over to maybe double.
Did he flash?
Very behind. It did. Apparently, there were people in the way I didn't see, but the
Yeah.
stone isn't identical. They didn't even touch it.
No. We missed, sorry, what happened.
That's going to give Johnny Corelli a open draw for 3 here in the second end. Shot forthcoming.
And he's got the whole house to aim for.
Whole house. Back to our feature sheet C. Ed Simi is asking Larry Bacari to come around that somewhat corner slash center, that center guard. Maybe come down and lock to the inside. Or just come up short of it. It is in the back 4 by a good amount. And there goes that nice break you were talking about, Nate. This one is
It's a beautiful break. I mean,
coming down. Looks like he's going to lock right on it.
I mean,
Oh, wow.
if you watch that come down the sheet, you would think that we were right behind the sheet, and it was hanging on the edge of 8 for a long time.
And then took a nice
And then our
snap.
ice now really comes down beautifully, and there's a beautiful, predictable snap. It's just very weight sensitive. Have you thrown it
Now, even though that it would appear to us from our angles that that beautiful rock they just placed is likely second,
But it's
as
still,
soon as anything's nicked, that red rock's out of contention. So that's a great lock,
it's a great position to be in.
and I don't think it's going to move. It's
No.
definitely not moving out of the rings. It'll be in the rings. At
It's
the
a
end of
great
this.
lock on. It's okay if they didn't get shot rock right there because now again, ooh,
Keith's second shot. Yeah, they
I still think there's
trying to
enough
get
weight.
down to the
I
top.
still think there's enough room for him to throw back house weight just to tap it enough to lie two.
Look at Ed though. He's looking from over the top, as if he's not convinced either way.
He's going now.
He's coming the other way. He's gonna maybe kiss it later, or maybe now he knows after staring straight down. He's confident he's number one. I just don't think.
I think
he
that's
is.
the only thing though. If you look on the overhead monitor, that guard bounced, and I think that's pretty covered. I think he's got to throw.
Let's bring it up, shall we? After this shot, of course.
I just think this guard here is covered that yellow. I still think the red is the shot rock.
It just took Farsi. You think it's the red?
No, I think it's
Yeah,
I think it's red, but I think
it's
that
red
red
too.
guard or red's last shot just took that
took
shot
that,
away.
Took that away.
I mean, from us here, it's fully buried.
It is fully buried from behind the glass, no doubt.
I know there's break, but
This Farsi camera, Nate, is almost straight down, but just not perfect, like most cameras.
it's close. I mean, I can't tell either way.
So I think Pauline Davies is just trying to come down to end all confusion, as I like to say. You can nick either one an inch back. Now we'll
This
know
looks
for
nice.
sure.
This looks, wow.
Keith Wisbauer got nearly by that guard, and
Great
this
sweep.
will
I mean-
settle.
Oh,
Okay.
well, it's okay.
That settles all scores, though, doesn't it, Nate?
I mean, you know what? The thing is,
1-3.
though, they were nudged it. The only thing here, though, is again, now Ed's asked for back 8 weight. If they come down and nudge it, then yellow and I will lie too.
Yes, they will, won't they?
So, okay, got them for sure that shot rock, but it's actually opened up
And they are in the danger zone, being that they are.
because
Now
I
everything
don't
behind
think
the
there was a
tee.
shot there. I think now there is a potential shot to bump this and lie too.
And the way we're looking at it is flipped on the monitor.
But I still think it's unlucky. It was a great effort. It was a really nice throw on stone. But I think Ed's obviously going to be happy with this because this list is looking really nice. If it breaks, here's the break. The weight looks great. It just has to break, and I don't know. It's close.
It's gonna move.
Oh. I mean, it got.
Oh, here we are again.
I think it got shot rock for yellow. I mean,
I won't dare to guess.
I'm
but
almost-
Everyone at home can see what we're looking at on our monitor. It's a
I
little
f- I f-
clearer here than on our.
yeah, it looks a bit more clear on the actuals.
Oh boy.
I'm confident that's.
Oh, by the way, well, not all, but probably after this third or fourth stone of an end Tuesday night, we had a rock equally, or what we thought was equally in the house as our opponents. Played the entire end to the false assumption that it was our shot, for which we measured, and,
And it wasn't?
And it wasn't.
Oh.
And neither rock ever moved, Nate. So, mea culpa.
Oh. Well, there you go. That shot settles that argument.
Yes, sir.
We don't get a measure, sadly, but that's another really nice shot. Being both teams have got that line locked.
And as soon as Anna Senzali's second shot concludes, we're going to give you the same peek at the far B because we do have a camera now down there. They're starting to look like an interesting scenario over there. So Anna's rock's out of hand.
That looks a nice line. It looks a little bit down on weight, so I think they're.
Sweepers are on it.
But again, once they get past, which they are, it's
They're
going
up
to
for a
break
moment.
beautifully, and I think it's got.
going to be real good, huh, Nate?
This has got a great chance if it's got the weight, which I think it has. There's that snap.
Oh, wow.
I mean, again, there. That's all you have to do.
Yep. Perfect timing.
You-
And now
It doesn't
yellow
matter if you bump it that way and leave it open. You know what?
definitely sitting two.
You've got that. Ed's got his stone under cover. That again, he's got one open. If they don't roll, He's got a great chance for 2 there.
By the way, everyone at home, we did just come in because Brian Tully's shot's out of hand, so we're now giving you a look at the far B. Oh, good timing, because he did
It's a bit blurry.
just pulled off a nice. It is. It's something up in the actual
Camera.
rafters when we mounted it. Might be the lens or the casing.
That's one we didn't change the lens on.
That might be the one that we didn't have the part for. But he did clearly put that, I think was the number 2 stone.
I think they're line 3.
Yeah, and they are line 3, so we'll get you back to far C, though. Because Colin Kasperwitz's first stone is out of hand.
Looks
They're
nice.
Sweeping it really hard.
No, ooh.
He's got, it just curled a little much, didn't it, Nate? It's shot stone for now.
The
that's
hard,
wide open.
the hard thing there for them though, that if they didn't sweep it and it snaps on that line, and they roll back, they just create a pocket for
They sure do.
another one. So at least here they're saying to Ed, okay, we're leaving it open. Because I think even with the roll, I don't think they would have got shot rock. Because if they hit it too thin, sorry, yeah, if they hit it too thin, go over the face,
Taken off, yeah.
there's no backing, and Yell would still be shot.
Good
So
outcome. They've still got quite a bit.
they're
of
hoping,
presence in the
they're
back
maybe hoping
eight.
here that Genny.
It's unless they play their last stone poorly, it doesn't look like a path to 3.
No,
It still does look like a.
I mean Ed's
moderately
got a good
likely
chance
path
to
to
Ed's
2.
got a good chance to roll, and again, obviously he's got the advantage because anywhere he goes, back 4 is going to be second
And
stone.
if he hides here, he does give himself a path to 3. I can't see this shot. So
I'm
look
seeing
at
on the
'cause
monitor.
Ed's body.
Knows.
He also knows.
He also knows it, which is fine.
Yeah, so give Colin one last shot to hit and roll back
Well,
to
Colin-
the center.
Colin's now got a nicer roll angle. He actually has there is, looking on the monitor here, there is a potential double, which would then make red like 3. It's a thick double.
It is kind of thick.
It's very thick, but it's. I don't think you'd have to throw normal up on that and be pretty pinpoint. I think we know what the Colin with a 4-point lead. He'd be happy he gives up 2
Oh yeah, definitely.
and gets hammer back.
He gets hammer back. And gets
I think
hammer
2, you know what? Sometimes people don't like giving up 2, but 2's still
back. I don't mind,
okay.
especially under these circumstances. Not at all. I'm up 2. with
Especially play the
hammer.
scoreboard. A 2's okay.
Sure thing.
And they've played that end pretty cleanly. I mean, they've been unlucky with a few shots. And
Speaking of, Nick, can you see the arrows so we could get back to the 6 houses after this end? I'm going to leave it here for now, but it should be coming up here when I hit cameras, and it just is not. I think I might have to go to page 2. Nope.
so he rolled, and he's okay. He did take one of his reds out, but it's just a shot for 2.
Yep.
I don't think there's a shot for more.
We like what Colin's done here.
There we go. You got there.
Sir.
I mean,
Leave it
he
in
cut it down. I mean,
Sure.
Ed is looking at the option because there's definitely a hit for 4 there, but I don't know how you get there. I mean, again, Ed's
Good outcome for Ardsley.
definitely looking at it, and he's looking at it in the hack, but I think
Before he throws, by the way, they did post, so now we know. It was a score of 2.
score 2 on A,
Oh, sorry, on B in the second.
and no, it was a score 3 by. It was a steal of 3
Steal
on
of 3
A.
sheet A.
So they got 3. I thought it was close, but
Yeah, that's
we thought it was definitely 2.
they posted. So
They
it's-
posted
it's
3, so-
we're at 5-0 on sheet A in that matchup.
Corelli is 1 up.
Here comes Ed Simia with hammer,
Yeah, he's just going to draw in here for 2. There's nothing more.
fighting the 4-foot definitely does it. Sweepers are on it pretty hard. giving it a very firm brush. Both Anna Senzali and Larry Beccari. Nate, it does look a little light from here.
It looks a
because
touch light again.
It's coming to a conclusion, and they are still really humping it. We're going to be just
That was just a
yellow
one.
for Team Simia.
So again, Colin's happy. You know what? He
Sure thing.
was only given up potentially 2. He left the draw, and that's curling for you.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
There's no guaranteed shot. I mean, Skips, I think, would prefer having a hit over the draw because the draw is
I know I do.
the draw is so pass sensitive,
Yep.
and
if I threw a hit with
especially in
my
the first couple
drop.
ends, you go on a path that hasn't been right there, or you catch that
first
you
time.
catch that slightly worn path that's swinging.
For the very first time, and that's not a great place to be.
There's still plenty of time. I mean, again,
Speaking of,
Ed's team's very experienced. That okay, he got 1, but he
yeah,
can
they'll
now.
they'll remain collected, play
Yeah.
the same game. It's a long match.
I mean, if he gets a steal here or a force, he's fine. I mean, steal a 2, he's right back in it. Force.
Absolutely. And they know how
So
to
if he
do
goes steal 2 force, then
They know
he's
how-
only 2 down, and then he scores 2 with his next hammer. Then he's right back in it.
They know
I
how
mean,
to
there's
build
different
it.
ways, but
They know how to execute it, and he's definitely got the personnel, and he's got the shot makers. Although this one may
If
come onto the rings.
Ed would have been a bit worried if it was for
late.
if he was 5-0 down at that point. But
He did, unfortunately, finish onto the rings. Collins going to hit and roll back center.
down 3 after 3 is not.
So what do we got on
A long
sheet
way
B
back.
here, Nate? Looks like is that Team Corelli with 2 shots over in the 12-foot and 1 on the button.
Yeah.
Near the button. AJ's
With
first.
AJ.
He's got to make something big happen here. I assume he's coming around that high guard. He's got a nice looking control down weight. It's starting to snap. I just don't think he's going to stay on the rings. He's probably removing it. He has removed the stone successfully, and yeah, it looks like he's going to.
Ooh.
Shall
Let's
we?
see that sheet because I know it's blurry, but that is an interesting roll.
That was the most interesting roll for Mr. AJ Scipius.
Ooh, I think it's shot rock.
What do you think, Nate?
I think it's shot
Oh,
rock.
it's got to be, right?
Yeah.
Our angles aren't off that bad.
So I was trying to think, like, with that open house, if he hits, where is AJ's best bet to go? And actually,
Well, what do we
he got the roll here, and
I didn't see what John called. Is he?
I mean, it's open, but it's a wide path. If you throw it too far out, it might not come back. If you throw slightly inside, it's hitting the guard. I mean, it's.
My first, yeah.
I mean, obviously,
if I've got a good
John's
place
John,
to
John's
curl around,
John's
I'd
gonna throw
consider it, but
good
I-
weight here because he's okay if he peels it.
Correct.
With those
and I
two.
don't mind this call because it doesn't look like they've got a whole lot of places to hide,
No,
and he's got nowhere to lock on. So he's out with about normal down weight.
I mean,
We got sweepers in the way again, so good thing we got this cam view.
it's close.
I'm gonna watch on our monitor.
I don't know. It's narrow. Yep.
They did as you say. They clipped the
And it
guard.
clipped one in.
Oh, gosh.
Uh-oh.
Oh gosh.
Uh-oh.
Does that mean now?
AJ
yellow?
now has a draw for 3 to
He sure does.
take.
So Aaron Weedman and Noah Gordon having a pleasant moment together, getting this hammer together.
And that,
Let's
I
make
think
sure
I
we
think
clean
I,
this
I think
one.
I skip in the game. No, I would call that same shot. I think it's bad. It really is bad luck. I think if you do what John just did. I
It
mean,
is bad luck.
that is
And
bad
he's
luck.
a great shooter, so I like the call. It's what I would have done too.
I don't
assuming
think-
a lefty can make that shot because I think the only left-handed person in the equation. But yeah, I like the shot. I
And
don't
sometimes
dislike
it's,
it just because I don't execute it.
and
That's
sometimes those shots after you throw it, realize that the jam was there if you hit that guard and you never think about it. Sometimes you're so focused on, okay, if I get the pass that rock and I hit it,
And I never
I'm
want to
good.
think necessarily that I'm going to clip that
No.
card so much as, hey, crew, if we clip that card, we might be able to roll it onto the rings or something. But
that's,
being
that's
said,
that's a tough curling shot. Sometimes it just happens and you've got to, oh, wow, they stole again on sheet A. They are now 7-0 up.
and that's why the game's great, right?
Sorry,
So
I
here
know I'm
comes-
jumping between the 2 sheets, but
Oh, please
this looks
do.
really nice
There's,
from AJ.
The folks at home checking these. In fact, I would guarantee you Our dear
It's a
friend,
little heavy. Oh, unlucky.
our dear friend Kathy Brown is probably up in Rochester, and she's probably tuned in watching. And her daughter and son-in-law are both out on the ice. So,
Yeah.
Kathy Brown, if you're there, cheers, mate. I know it's a long drive for you. Otherwise, we'd be seeing you right here. But hope all is well up in Rochester.
So I was a bit unlucky by AJ. He just threw through. He threw it to back 12 and was just
Little too deep.
little too deep. But I mean, he still got his two.
Got his two.
I mean, he'll still be happy. He got his multiples. As I said,
Did his
Sheet
job.
A,
He got the two. with the
Raymond
hammer.
scored a steal of 2 again. He's jumped to a big lead of 7 up.
And I just saw that myself.
So he's really he's just gonna hit stuff early. He's just got to keep the house clean at this stage. He's not going to be fancy. He's got to.
Interesting scene here. Nate's starting to size up on sheet C on the top 12-foot rings.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, this is
got 3 yellow
this is Ed for you. He
Just
does
all of a sudden.
he does very well in getting rocks in play.
Yep. And the number one
He
shot's
puts them in
undercover.
very good positions. He uses other team stones, and he knows how to build an end.
He sure does. And let's just get the.
I mean, this could be a nice double. Oh, unlucky. They almost got the double there. They jammed it out. I would still be okay with red because that's that guard on C is in a nice position that it could be raised later on to tap stuff back. And interesting that Ed is. I mean, there we go. Ed has hammer, and he's calling for the center line guard to take away that tap back because he's line 2, and it just shows the strength of that stone. I mean, if Ed's calling that center line guard now, he's got his 2, he's happy. He's not getting greedy, which I think some skips might, right?
Many. I've been there. I've done that.
So I think he's realized the danger that red is so close to the rings that if he doesn't put something on the path of it, which I think this is just over a curl, but I like the call because now
I like it too.
this is what he's gonna try and now hit it back. He's got a wide range of the stone he can hit to at least cut him down to 1.
And he just tapped it.
And with that,
Capturing about 2/3
with that
of it.
guard there now from Ed, if he actually gets the angle behind, he could be fully buried.
And
Shot
let's
rock.
Go back. Why don't we to our full 6-house view?
Yep.
Nothing too detailed in either house, but yeah, all 3 draws are now back down in the lounge side, the near side houses. This rock.
This
bait
is close.
not
It needs to
bending.
curl.
It's going to come across the top,
Oh.
but as
As long as it comes second, which
there
it
we go.
will.
It spun a little, but it's second. That's fine. Sure. Gives Ed 1 in hand, and he's very comfortable to say absolutely.
Actually,
yeah,
sorry,
please
my
send
mistake.
it up.
My mistake. I thought that makes more sense. Sorry, I forgot Ed got his 1, so that's why Ed's putting that center guard up.
Oh, yeah.
My apologies. Sometimes I forgot to look at the scoreboard, so that makes a ton of sense why he was guarding it because
At that, I'm just
he was line 2 without hammer.
without hammer.
Yeah,
Yep.
I read the scoreboard wrong. I thought he still had hammer.
We're at 6:40. However, this draw started. You were still coming off, I think, or getting here, but
Ooh,
this
look,
draw started at about 5:40, so
an hour in.
we're on pace. It looks like for all 3 sheets to not run into time constraints.
I mean, I think with that delay, the time constraints are not as bad today as what it is because we got time tonight. I think the
30
time
minutes
constraints
between,
tomorrow
right?
because we got the party.
Yes, they're going to be very.
I mean, our last
mindful
draw.
of
I think
the-
our last draw tonight is at 8 o'clock. So even if that draw starts a little bit later, we're still in a good spot.
So be it. And I did not check the rule books, but I assume the rule books will apply. So we'll assume that they're probably on that.
So
what
Ed's in
normally
a-
been the
Ed's in a very good
6:30.
spot here that He's got the center covered really well. He's
can't
forcing
see.
Colin to the center.
Colin's in the way of this entire shot, so I'm
It
back
looks
to the
heavy.
monitor.
Yeah, it's heavy. That looks through.
And right you are, sir. Colin escorts it back to the bin.
And now Ed's just gonna.
I believe they're going to come around that corner guard from the outside. Interesting shot.
No, he's gonna go in. There's how much swinging there is.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Hey, what's happening? Maybe in a little while. Okay.
I think.
Wow, that's going to give him that one a good 5 feet swing. Or
I think he's just called a guard, which is again.
like a 3-4, sure.
Okay, you're settling your one, but you're down two.
Doesn't have to come in unless you find a great spot.
There's not a
great spot.
there's
for
not a
it.
big chance of Colin getting multiples here. I like his setup though. I would wrap around into back four to put pressure on.
I can't see with Colin in the way.
I mean,
okay,
it's-
there's another.
There's a chance
yellow
for
in the
there's a
top here.
chance of a split that goes
Chance
that
of a
way.
split. And the worst, like
I
you
just
said,
don't.
you're
I
leaving
I just
yourself
love
in
his
the
setup,
open.
and he's down by three. I know what he's doing, but at the same time, he gives up. He gets to steal a one. He's still giving hammer back to Colin.
Yes,
Down two.
and it's not quite the time that he has to take risks.
No, I mean not taking a risk, but
I still can't see. We got a lot of curlers in the way. No offense to him, but we just can't see.
I think that's a lot of respect to Colin's team that he's just throwing a guard right now because
It sure is. And he did. Larry McCary finished it off nicely, left it over closer to the center, took the whole draw path down. Colin immediately looking at the raise. Wouldn't you know, he's looking at more of just the tap up. He's raising to jam
I mean-
that thing out.
the only way I'm thinking that, to be honest, looking at it, I think right now though the shot here is if Colin doesn't make it, guaranteed that Ed will go after the yellow on the other side to get rid of that red and lie three
Yes.
because it's wide open. So
I would
I
think.
actually understand.
Yep. He's got to do something.
So he protected the shot rock, which is now really well. Colin's got to go to this side of the sheet, and I think
and
if
may have to go all
and
the
I
way
think if
over
he
there.
doesn't, there's a tap, there's a hit now for Ed to
Get three.
get three.
We got Mr. Ryan Heidi stopping over.
Yeah.
He is currently down 4-1 to Colin Kasperwitz and company. Colin's first rock in hand, Ryan.
So Colin's trying to go for this nice
What, he's going to try to bump up or close
tap.
down?
He's trying to do the angled raise. I mean, he's got
Yeah, if he can slice it
He's
to
got
that
all the
top
forefoot.
four under that
He's got
yellow
all the
stone,
forefoot. It'd be
it's up
nice. I
there.
mean,
Fantastic shot. And they're
it's
taking
it's
edge of
wide
the
open.
house,
It's just
so
all about
it's-
getting the weight and the line right.
Gotta sweep that.
Oh, they got a sweep, I think.
No, it looked a bit wide for me. I was right
Tell
behind
us.
it.
You're right.
The skip's in the way.
I think it's now coming down nice.
Is it coming to the inside? No,
It's
we
going to
have
be
two
it's going to be
players in the
too
way.
close to the nose.
Oh, this is great.
Got to sweep that.
That's great.
That's a really nice shot.
That's still a nice shot though.
That's well
Very
tapped
nice
by
by
Colin and company. Great
See,
call.
see, the advantage of that is that it's now covered.
Speaking of advantage, Team Corelli had a perfectly split house with two just about on the tee line. Team Hippias did throw really nice control weight to try to take one of them out. Unfortunately, they went right through the rings, so John Corelli's now asking Rebecca Andrew to bring a third rock into the house for Team Orange.
Talking about red, she A is loving red on.
Yes, aren't they? And I'm not sure what this yellow rock is coming in to do.
That's a nice shot. Could be a double. Oh, sweep it, sweep, sweep. Nice shot there on the A.
That was a nice shot by Team Romanson, wasn't it? And you never know, do you, Nate? I mean, if they put something nice together here, especially a three, that'll bring them to within 4 stones.
Well, I mean,
at the
I think they've
mid-mark,
got-
So we're not sure.
So Ed's not going after this shot that he has to.
Well,
Actually, no.
are you funny you say, Nate? Nada was just over there, so they're talking about it. But yeah, now they seem to have abandoned it. Now Larry's coming down. I'm wondering if
Their
this-
fear is, but I don't see it.
Uh,
No, I forgot about that. They were thinking about coming in that way and trying
now
to get the
they're looking
forfeit.
at something, and Ed's coming down. He's coming out of the hack,
I like the draw on this side where Nada was to come to the forefoot. I think there's
and they just looked at what you said, but now Nada went right back to where they just were. Now they're goofing, and they're all coming down, which I would have thought they should have done.
that's smart.
Yeah.
You know,
oh,
it's
absolutely.
they
It's
did the right
seldom
thing
you see
because
Ed
you know what?
do
I've done that so many times. I've called different shots and I called it from not knowing the angle.
Yes.
And if you come down and see the angle, then you know exactly
See
what you
you're
have to
looking
throw.
at, see what you're looking at, and it's a whole 146
Depth
feet
perception as
down.
well. Depth
Definitely.
perception is so hard at the top end of the sheet that sometimes you got to say, okay, I'm wasting time a little bit, but here we're not really under too much
They
of a time.
needed this discussion. I saw
You,
way
you
too
need the
much.
discussion because
They looked more than twice. If I'll have one.
Because the thing is, well,
altered or changed shot once I'm in the hack, but after that, where someone introduces what could be a third thing, or to say, why don't we go back to the beginning? That's when I say, hey, why don't some of us or all of us head on down for a really quick recap. Took them less, maybe just about 60 seconds.
because the only worry here is Ed doesn't get shot rock.
It's not great, but it's not the end of the
Colin
road.
has a draw, though, on the other side of the sheet to touch the forefoot, but he just has to touch forefoot for a second. So
He will. So,
so that's why they talked about going down that side
Are
of the
they-
sheet to take away
are
and
they-
give the fours. But they probably thought if they left it wide open, then they're hitting for two. So
Well, they are hitting. He's raising his up. Okay, I see what they're doing now. Nada's shaking her head no, and I can't see because she's standing right in front of me. Look at this, though.
Oh.
Well, would you look at that, Nate? Not too sure what happened. Something got booted. Okay, came back onto the sheet from the boards. Ed Simia landed himself just about on the button after a couple of wicks.
That's one way to make a shot.
Sure is. And I'll take that.
With this curl, though, I don't know why he's looking any other way. Okay, he's looking at the double for three, but
Is he really?
he's
Yes, he
looking at
is.
the double.
Yeah, I
for
like his style. Colin is not fearful to take the shot.
thing is, though,
if
here,
it's
though,
a makeable shot.
the only thing, you play the scoreboard.
Sure.
He's up three. There's so much curl on our ice. You throw board weight and take your two, and you go 5-1 up.
I like 5-1 up. Then
Sorry,
again,
6-1.
You and I have been curling here since October, so we've had that.
But he's already played a game, so he's seen.
that
this is the-
overlying
this is a-
notion in our minds for a few months. Yeah, like you said, it's a second game.
he knows what our ice is doing to an
He
extent.
knows what our ice is doing, and I like his courage.
I like this, but at the same time,
You know me, I'm likely to just take the safety way out,
the safety way to take two with the scoreboard, I think it's the better.
or even to take the one, like you said, 5-1, midway.
Oh.
Great place to be.
Your volume's not that high, Mike.
Really. Thank you.
Thank you for Elizabeth saying that. Oh, it's close. But,
that out.
oh, he got his one.
Let me check something here, Nate.
He got his one. I mean, there's he got him back. I'll let you
that,
speak, Mike,
Elizabeth?
to see
Thank
where
you.
your volume is at.
Elizabeth, is that any better? Let's see. Check. 3, 2, 1. That's Nate. It's Nate. There's all of our volumes. Hopefully it's not something wrong with the headset itself. If there's another person commenting besides Nate, we can barely hear them. Thank you, Elizabeth. And you know what? I believe she's right, because I can barely hear that coming through now. Why don't you chime in there, Nate?
Okay, so we have a little bit technical issues, which is not uncommon for Nutmeg Curling Club. So Colin went for a double for 3. He hit the outside of it and still got his 1. So he's now up 4 on sheet C. Sheet B is just concluding. Or no, they got one more shot.
Check, check.
AJ made a great shot right now to come down into that pocket.
Check, check. Yeah, see, mine's just a lot
Corelli
softer.
can hit it for 4 though. So,
Check, check.
I mean, it's tough by AJ. I mean, he's made a really good shot, and it's maybe just a little bit too deep. If he was corner frozen on the top, he would have been a nicer place, but he still made a great shot.
A really good shot.
Looking behind the sheet, it looks kind of frozen. Looking on the monitor, it's pretty open. So again, Corelli's got a good chance of peeling this out, even if he peels over the top. He still gets a 3.
And this is the final shot, right, Nate?
Oh, I hear you.
Messing around with my mic.
I heard you now. I hear you.
I think it's better. Let me. We're delayed about 8 to 10 seconds.
But I can hear you in my headset. Yep. Yep.
Much better.
We have solved our technical difficulties. Mike is now speaking, and
Thanks again, Liz Harmon.
again, I'm new on the headset, so
We got to look at these because now I've got my volume on the mixer at twice the level of yours.
it's okay.
Yeah.
I hear you
It could
clearly
be-
now.
it
I never.
could be something
I actually
actually
never.
in here,
I actually
so-
never realized I didn't hear you through the headset before.
Now you can hear it, right?
Now I can hear you crystal clear, just like you're
And
sitting
I
right
can hear
beside
the
me.
background from the little mini mic on the
Just like you're sitting
laptop.
right beside me.
For those that are at home that don't know, I'm actually seated in Nate's lap. Now we've got our own seating. And again, Nate, what was the outcome on sheet B in the fourth end?
So
No
Corelli
post.
is throwing a center line guard, so I think he hit it and scored at least 3.
It was at least 3, right?
I didn't see it. Sorry, I was engrossed in solving our technical problem.
Good solve, eh? So while
Rebecca's going to put the score up now on B, so we should see. Oh wow!
Thank you.
Interesting on A. A scored 3, yellow. So
Just like we were saying. And
It's never
match
over.
on, never over.
never over, especially early. You score something in the fourth end, you start stealing. That 7-0 lead can slowly.
Exactly. And by the way, in case any of our viewers were wondering, because there is a bit of a comeback in motion on A, these are not 10-end matches. They are 8-end matches with tie breaks settled by a full extra end or more, if necessary.
They are this weekend.
I believe. Or are
Is
they
it not nutmeg knockout?
Are they nutmeg knockout?
I'd probably say.
Let's look in the rules.
Well, let's look at the
I
rule
think
book.
we got
But
a rule book, haven't we?
I would think for time constraint.
And while we're checking the rules, Larry Bakary just delivered his first rock. And he's palming up. Because now I see why he's palming up. It really, really cut in, Nate. He did crash on the corner guard they were trying to get
Oh wow,
around.
there you are. Right. Ties are 8 ends will be determined by full end of play,
Full end to play
which is
or more,
well,
if. Well,
no, usually
we walked off with a blank. We lost 2 weeks ago. We were down by 1, and Sean Main blanked to walk off with the win.
yeah.
But Keith Wisbauer's last
So I like-
rock out of hand on sheet C, and it looks like Colin's just asking him to come down through that port, go into the top of the house. Maybe
Red is
bury.
line 3 right now. This could be a 4 shot for Red.
And he's got a nice finish on this, Nate.
I like
it's
it.
bending very nicely.
Look at
and
that
it's-
snap.
It's
I mean, it's-
snapping great. And
Our
it's
ice,
not going too deep.
our ice is moving so nice, and you can do so much more with it.
certainly before the holiday break.
And I mean, it wasn't
when
like our ice was awful beforehand, but we got good solid curl. It was moving, but it just shows you the
It's
power.
better now.
It shows you the power of the running surface.
Absolutely. Those that might be unfamiliar, when you, well, at our club at least, and most clubs that I've heard of, when you do the thing with the scraping of the underside of the stones, it's a very fine gauge sandpaper that you just do a couple of quick rotations, a quarter rotation, I believe, some do even less, on every running surface of every stone across the rink. Now, when Nutmeg last scratched our rocks, I want to say it was pre-COVID, so the
No.
extra year comes in. It was maybe 4 or 5 years ago. We scratched both sides,
Yep.
exposing one, but then recovering, so to speak, the freshly veiled scratch surfaces that are on what were last month the tops of our rocks underneath the plastic handles, kept safe for about 3 years, at which we simply reversed the handles. So in peeling back the handle, we exposed a freshly
wow.
scraped set of rocks.
Sorry, can I just? That is a beautifully down weight
Yes, it
shot.
was.
That is a very risky call because it could have gone so bad there.
Yes, it could, and
But,
Colin's not afraid, and they're sitting
Who's
for as a
the
result.
vice for?
That's Pauline Davies of
That's
Ardsley.
that's a great shot.
Pauline's a seasoned curler, been curling for a pretty long time. I've been in a lot of spiels with her. Seen her make a lot of key shots.
I mean, that's just
Win a
knowing
lot of spiels,
that's just
too.
knowing your player because that's a very delicate shot.
Yes.
She hit it beautifully, and again, they were lying 4 and I think a better setup this time with the 4 all kind of spread out a bit.
No doubt. And this is why Anna's coming in with some pretty normal hit weight.
Ooh, I
But
think
Nate,
it's
this
on the
one
guard.
it caught already. And
It's already on the guard, I
It is
think.
on the guard.
It's close, but I think they're peeling their own guard here.
They did. And the object guard subsequently crashed into a corner guard position. Leave all of those red rocks open.
The thing here is, though,
Key word, all those red
the
rocks.
thing is, though, it's now where do you put your guard protecting what shot? I think you have to protect the shot rock because
Yes, although there's also the subsequent, the way they would shake up. But the shot rock is actually in under scattered rocks, so I would protect the number 2 rock.
yeah, I would go down here. I think a perfect would be.
It looks like they could pick off the number 2 pretty easily. So, and the rest of them are
I
staggered.
think a perfect here is just this side of the center line towards the wall of C, which I don't think it's going to be. I think this is going to over curl. So
go
I
right
would
to
I
the
would rather
pile.
bring it down to the pile right now,
Yep. And as
which I think it is.
my dear old friend Robert Kwan says, I know Sean Main often would say, sometimes your best guard's another counter, Nate. They are all in the top of the house.
I don't like that.
They did leave him a hit and roll.
He could have called the tap and he let it curl,
Let it curl.
and now there's
Not
a hit.
horrible.
There's a hit and roll off that rock. It is tight,
It's tight.
but if you come inside out, there is a hit and roll. I think Ed's going down the middle for safety here, but
For me, Nate, and if I'm red, when you say it's tight, it is the 5th rock in the house. So if I'm faced with now just 3 stones remaining, we gotta make stuff happen
I didn't
for
drink it
Team
more.
Nutmeg.
sorry, Sean is just coming over to me to discuss what beer I've been drinking.
And what did you get there, Nate?
I had some Bonafide from Tribus, our local brewery.
Where's
Who is our
Travis?
sponsor?
Stratford?
In Milford.
Milford.
They opened in 2018. They are a great brewery.
By the way, here's our shot, and I think Anna's in there.
Oh,
look
this
at
is
this
a
shot,
beautiful
Nate.
shot. That was the
Oh,
risk.
gosh,
I mean,
where will
it
it
might spill.
lie?
I mean, oof.
Oh, it did.
That is. And there's
Unfortunate.
curling for you. I mean,
Unfortunate, I know.
Anna played a great shot.
Wow.
She,
I
for
thought
what
it
I
was
saw,
sticking
that I
around.
thought that was sticking
I
around
thought
and
so too.
cutting down these rocks.
Yeah,
Even if it went to
obviously
back 8,
Needed another inch or more. Just had too much. Wow. And of course, we're right behind it, so we literally had the best bird's eye view of it
That
all
is-
the way down.
but I mean, that shot did not get the reward for how good it was.
No, it didn't.
That, I mean, it's
And when,
I don't think Anna did anything wrong there.
when your coach
I think
is
it's
scoring you, that's probably one where they might give me a 1 out of 4, or if they're in a bad mood, they might give me a 0 out of 4. But like you said, that does the shot itself no justice. I think that was very well
I
thrown.
mean, that was a tricky shot. It was well thrown, and he just didn't get the break. Sometimes curling
Sometimes
can be cruel, and it's nothing that.
keep in mind that doesn't suggest that the shot might not have been that viable to begin with, as in
But-
I stepped up to the plate to mission impossible.
But
Although,
I mean,
it
she
seemed
was
there.
she was facing such a tough house, but that was the shot I would have called because that's how you get out this end.
Yes, you have
And
to
she,
go for it.
I thought she threw it pretty close,
I
and
don't mind
it
him
was
going for
a
it.
fantastic effort.
And so here's Collins first, and he's essentially just doing the same thing, just coming right down to the pile.
Well, this is now the better.
4.
This is where
That's a great rock.
you go the first time because
It overcurled a little there, Nate. They still got to look at that second best stone.
and
Ed
sometimes
is gonna
again, you know,
hit it.
coming down to the pile is the right call because
Yep, I agree. And
sometimes you throw a guard, you throw it too high, they make a hit and roll, and then you've got nothing for your out.
and he
You've
gave
got
them
such a
somewhere to
strong.
tuck. I think. Well, at first they were looking to hit it. I'm not too sure what Ed's discussing with Nathan right now.
I mean, the thing is, he can't come down to anything
No, he can't.
because if he even comes down to the second shot, when he hits that, he's still not going to be shot rock. So it's not like he can set up anything like that. There's 4 basically almost in the same spot.
Yeah, and given where we are in this match, and that Team Simia is already behind,
I mean, this
on
is
the
the end of the
scoreboard and
fifth.
the
This is the
possession.
fifth end. He's down by 4.
it's go time. He's-
If he gives up a big steal here, now he's in a tricky spot.
as in the afternoon's probably over. There's not any.
If he
great
gets one
place
here,
to-
he's still in it. So he just needs to. He's still got hammer. He still needs to find a way of how can he get at least these one. Don't worry about.
Do we have firm word on this? Is a hit, right, Nate? Do we have firm word on that? They had a little bit of different.
I'm not sure.
Hand and body
It's
language.
hard to see. I mean,
At first, they looked like they might be curling back around it all to try to count number 1 under their own guard.
which it looks like it is. This is a brave call.
And this is an extremely brave call. I give him a lot of credit because with my first rock, I always feel more confident hitting. And if this one is, they are going in
Oh,
there.
it could be.
They're going for the number 1 stuff.
Where is this going?
It's going perfectly. Wow.
Wow,
It's number 1 shot.
that is a brave shot.
We got to bring that back on the, we're going to have to record that. Actually, we got to replay, don't we, Nate?
I'm not sure. Instant replay.
Yep. It may not be set up, so apologies if you don't see it, but hopefully you didn't literally just get back from the fridge as that shot.
No, I don't think it's coming. So
That's an unbelievable draw, and Nate hit it on the head saying brave.
I don't think it comes up. I think we
No,
just
it
stop
didn't come up.
Just pause. I mean,
That might be, we may have to pay for that feature.
yeah, and then take that off. I mean, I get it. He had the corner guard there. He was facing 4. Yeah, facing 4. But he knew he had the corner guard. He had almost all of the 8-foot. I get that shot. I mean, it takes
He skinnied past from our vantage point, at least. It seemed like he skinnied past the inside guard, he skinnied past the outside guard, and he's buried. We could give you everybody a peeky at the what Collins drawn down to now.
It was a fantastic shot.
That sure was. That's probably the best draw I've seen all season. And here comes Collins. He's going to bump into his own, so we're now taking a look live at the
He
far
was heavy.
sheet.
So Ed, if he falls himself down or he goes, yep, he's going to say to the exact same shot. If he comes down to his own, He's got 2 at this end.
He broke himself out with a deuce. Never count out it. Never rule out or count out Ed Simeon.
The only, I mean, you got to go for it because it is there. Would you not come the other way and go behind that? I know you're going wide. I know this curl, but
I'm smiling. You know why I'm smiling? Because you're asking the other lefty. So when you say you, it's like as if.
Being a lefty on this side of the sheet, is it harder to go all that way out to come around that yellow into the 8 foot? Because
with the traffic, I'm inclined to come the other way, as you say. But they're out there, and
I'm just saying if he throws this a bit wide or heavy, he's tapping up one of the reds. Which
only if he hits it perfectly nose,
I know,
which is not likely. So this isn't horrible.
I know.
They just did it.
Which
I
mean,
did they get there? They sure did.
Wow.
Wow, Ed.
That's a fantastic end by Ed.
That really is.
I mean,
I hope everybody got to see that, check it out.
That's someone. That's an end that
truly-
you can look back on and go, wow. It's not that we did
That's
anything
where
wrong.
we
I
this
think
or that.
I think Colin again will feel a bit bad about that, but it's
And
not.
here he comes, because this is the least happy I've seen. He's been
He
nothing but
he acknowledges
cheerful all
that
day. It's
he
the
acknowledges
least
that Ed's
happy
back
I've
in the
seen
game,
him.
but it's not that he did anything wrong.
Not
Ed
at
just
all.
made 2 fantastic shots.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Almost like in Olympic diving. You put up a 9.5, I put up a 9.8. You can't be disappointed with that, can you?
he had a great setup, and he was totally right to still keep down in the middle.
He executed that same shot twice. That really was fantastic.
Toughest shot in curling is to do the same thing twice, and
No doubt.
Mr. Ed Simia really brought his team back into it.
And Colin seems pretty well over it already.
Yeah.
Got himself
Oh, you
a
gotta-
refresh
I mean-
on his water.
You got to move on. You're still ahead by 2.
Sure.
You've got hammer. You only have to score with 1 here.
Do we have any indication if we're running into time problems?
I don't think so.
Got a little buffering going on our YouTube
Uh-oh.
there. Hopefully, folks, check. If you can't hear us, that will be why. Maybe it's just our Wi-Fi at the
That's
club,
back,
but
yeah.
my personal laptop did just buffer up.
Oh, yeah.
And there it goes buffering again. Just like my Fubo TV subscription. What do we got ourselves, Nate, over on sheet B? Well, they're still pretty clear on AJ's coming up with hammer for
Sheet
Team
A, they are
Hippias.
looking at stones. Can we go to sheet A?
We sure could.
Because they're looking at stones.
Although they're on the far end. That's the only spot we don't
Okay.
go. Funny you say. Feature plus sheet B. Picture in
What's
picture.
that?
That one.
Pip. There's a picture-in-picture, Mike. I'm not sure.
I'm going to try to catch AJ's if we could. So we're looking for far B because he's coming in with his hammer shot. There we go. Team Scipius. Looks like he's sitting number 2 from that angle. They're not splitting anything, so he's just drawing to be. They pump the guard, and it looks like it's going
clips
to
the
be
guard
a
on
steal
B.
of 1 from red. And then make it 7-3 after 5, assuming we had a steal by Team Corelli.
So here, look at this curl on sheet C. Just look at it. It just
That
comes
one
in.
that one took a pretty great
The finish
swing.
on these rocks for guards are.
They're finishing nicely. All right, so we can bring everyone back to our 6-house view here. That's Ed's favorite, the fly rotate. And we'll bring, I'm thinking, believe it or not, near C is going to be the next one somehow we're going to need. Let's cue it up. Because while unfortunately our quarterfinal on sheet B in the main is starting to stretch out to still not insurmountable, but pretty decisive advantage for Team Corelli.
So, I mean,
And they're still a little closer on sheet A, but right now they're in the early end on the 6th. So we're going to focus on what's probably going to be a huge determining factor in how the heck this thing's going to end, right, Nate?
So there's a tough one on sheet C. Colin really didn't have his set up for his corners. He didn't really have a chance to hit, although I would have liked to run back that red and hit that yellow. He decided to try and come in. I mean, he is shot rock, but if this goes out, then he's allowing yellow
to split.
And
I can't see because it's
on the
frames
guard.
in the way. They clipped.
They clipped.
That's okay. It opens us up, doesn't it?
But I mean, that's
not the end of the world.
That's the thing with, like, when it's too early to come to the middle.
Any given day.
Yeah.
Any given end. Any given tournament. As long as it's not late in the game and it's ill-consequential, especially ill-consequential, as in we could have just lost the game with a couple ends to go. I don't mind, but if you have to take it, you have to take it.
I mean, it's there, but again, it was
Neither
like
team has to race to the forefoot any point
I
soon.
still
This
think
is a tight match.
I still think Ed had just biting top 12. It wasn't like it was a race to the 4-foot.
No, and I think they're still both content.
The way he left it there, if yellow hit that, then he takes away both draw pass, and now he's in trouble.
Now he's in trouble.
So now for him coming down the middle could have been a disaster.
And yes, and there's no need to get in trouble here. They're both rinks are shooting well. They both seem to be very confident with.
Oh, I like that there, though.
Here's a nice draw by Keith Wisbauer.
They were actually trying to tap, and Colin's a little bit disappointed with the tap.
Or a little wick to split him, but hey, he's buried in the back 8.
But that's okay there. If you come there,
it's okay there, absolutely.
With the setup now, it's okay there.
It's somewhere that is Ed hitting now. It did indicate at first he was drawing, but especially if he's hitting, it's somewhere where my stone may jam.
I mean, Larry's gonna hit this. He's got a good chance of the double. I mean, it's a nice setup for the double.
He's got a good chance to double, a slight chance to jam. And again, if my rock jams to my rock.
This looks really nice.
It's going to be.
It's close.
Well done. Nice control. Leaves Team Simia 2 yellow rocks biting the top of the 12.
I don't know if Colin should be clearing the front here, though.
He is, though. He did call to.
I would come round. At this point, when you got one there, I'd come round top 4.
He's comfortable to.
But now if you get there and roll there, you're opening up the draw down to the red.
Well, he did tap them both as though he wanted to kick over some.
Yeah.
Not sure where he wants to. It's not going to go inside, though. If anything, it's going to roll outside, and that's fine, too. As long as he doesn't jam it.
He's not jammed, but he's there. But now he's given something Ed to go straight around. So, okay, I know it's his stone. He can run back.
He did give Ed something to go straight around.
And that's what Ed's calling.
But what he didn't give Ed something to do was tap straight up.
No.
So there's no perfect scenario. I read the ice. I read the team. I read my gut, too. Sometimes your first instinct may not be the best. But a lot of times I come right back to it. But, yeah, if Team Simia drops one in the top 4 to the top button behind this, now the chase is on. And like you said, risk was taken, didn't pay off. Colin will spend probably the rest of the end chasing him for a chance to maybe take the force of 1.
This looks light, though. This looks light.
For a moment, Nate, over on sheet B, A.J. Hippias has his
rock and now
coming in.
So now this is okay, I think, for him to hit it. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, because he's line 2, I agree with that.
Definitely hit it. He's sitting 1 and 2. By the way, AJ just had a bit of a pickle. He dug himself out a little. There were 3 Team Corelli rocks right at the top of the 12, although John's just going to keep that pressure applied as he should and bring another one right back down into the house.
I see on C, Red's lead is shrinking there. It's now...
oh, you mean on A?
On A, sorry.
Yes,
it's now 7-5.
We got ourselves a match.
What?
You're making Manhattans?
Graveyard is.
Graveyard. Mike Hannaberry. Manhattan straight up?
Zakin's watching.
Marky Zakin? How do you know that? Did he call you? Mark Zakin, you're in the house?
Tell Jim Bilodeau I said hello. See, he's on there.
Jim, if you're watching still, Ryan Heidi says hello.
You know, Zakin played a little bit of a trick on me inadvertently, and if you're still out there, Marky, My old friend Martin San Luis used to live in Greenwich but worked in Tampa Bay, Florida. And he used to fly back and forth like multiple times a week from Fairfield County to Florida so he could work playing in the NHL. Marky Zakin, Nate, he flies back and forth from Florida to Connecticut just to play here Tuesday night draw at Nutmeg. I saw him on the ice Tuesday, and then I got my calendar Thursday, and the first thing that popped up was sub for Mark Zakin Tuesday, and I'm like, well, wait a second. I literally just saw him. And wouldn't you know, he came in, he flew in just for his match Tuesday. So kudos to you, Mark. You know how to own your time. And, yeah, man, flying into town for a curling match, that's styling. You're styling, brother.
See, he's in a bit of a pickle here. It's like, Colin's like, where do I now go now?
He
Because
is in a pickle.
Ed calls for a draw. It came a little bit light, but that Yellowstone's still in a very good spot.
And you know what I do in this
I would go
situation,
behind it.
Nate?
You can't guard it because
Pickle's a good word. Pickle, but not a real snafu.
no, I mean it's
or
not.
even
It's
a
not.
snag.
It's not.
You
It's
know
not.
why?
It's not pickle because he's lying
We're
too.
up.
But it's.
So
but
now
it's,
I go into preserve mode. What did I really want to do this end? What am I willing to accept? That's the de-pickling, as I say.
no. I mean it's
And
just.
and what can I absolutely not withstand? Colin could even afford to give up a steal of one here. I'd be playing with that in mind if I'm he, because like you said, this is a pretty good pickle in that these stones are not lined up in his favor, and he did just overcurl. So
It was slightly light and slightly
It-
inside the broom.
it could be raising time for Ed.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's pickle in that. I'm just saying
No, they're drawing.
that Yellow's in a tough spot.
Oh, he's gonna tap.
That
He's looking.
you
to
can't
tap.
really. You couldn't really hit it out because you had to go nose, and if you
Correct.
don't go nose,
Then you're in.
you're jamming and
You're rolling a
Only-
lot of yellow rocks onto the ring.
yeah.
Maybe even
And that's
the
what I'm saying.
second
More,
and
it's
third
more.
best
It's
or
like
first and
you
third
respect that
best.
stone there, but it's like, how do you deal with it?
Well, you run the checkers move. If you corner freeze out in front of it,
Yep.
they can still draw around.
Yeah,
Like you said, if you try to remove it, nose is best.
but they
might.
still come around.
You can still come around.
That's what I'm saying. You're leaving it slightly higher.
What won't happen, whether you run it straight back on the nose or even if you shake it a little with a overcurled or undercurled hit, you're not leaving the tap.
No, but now there's two ways. The Ed can go now for the
I,
straight out draw, and if it over curls on him, he's got the tap.
And this is where less than cool skips can get into their own way because,
I mean, he's going for the straight draw on this broom for sure.
yep. And even if he drops it in perfectly, Colin can play this thing through to give Team Simia the steal of one.
This looks a great shot.
Keep the hammer
this looks a
right
great
back.
shot. If this gets past, this is going to be.
And I can't see because Nada's got herself, and they did get by. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
That's fantastic.
That's almost
That's fine.
fully
If
buried.
I'm red, well, I'm not thrilled that my two counters have now been outdone. Now he's going to run it. Now he's opening up with his first.
Which is
And
the right
he's
call.
Still, absolutely, right. He's still not likely to give up more than a steal of one.
But Ed's now caught fire, which is always a tough.
It's made a progressively bigger impact throughout this match, no doubt.
And an Ed who's on fire is a very hard skip to beat.
Yeah, you don't want to let the unleash us. You don't want to unleash the beast. And when the momentum
Because, I mean,
is
that's-
building toward the end of the match, I like that in my favor.
Because that's
Get on
three spot-on draws he's just played.
Yeah,
Three
if you count
spot.
those two from the last end, no kidding.
I mean, I can't remember from the last what happened before, but going back to the last end and this end, that's three spot-on draws
and
in a
I
row.
think he hit once in the end prior. He may have hit twice.
But still,
I
hitting
don't
three
recall.
spot-on draws in a row is very good form and puts a heck of a lot of pressure on your team.
The only thing to keep
On the other
mindful
team,
now
sorry.
is if he keeps drawing like this, when he's going to need a big hit all of a sudden, it may have been 45 or so minutes before he's had to make one. It's now been almost an hour since he's had to make a hit, and I assume he'll be drawing on his last.
It's a
so
little
here's
narrow
Collins.
here. This is narrow.
He's got Keith on it, trying to hold it, and I think it is going to just get the top.
Oh,
Wait a second.
it's not disaster.
Not disaster at all, especially if Ed guards, right?
The thing is, though,
Is
Ed's
Ed going to put pressure? He may come down and tap that up a little bit
I
and then
would.
leave it on the top 4, which is exactly what I would do. They would have to make a
Because
spectacular
Ed's still
double
down.
just to get 2.
The thing is, though, Ed's still down
Ed's
by
still
2.
down. He's got to try to maybe tap that up a little.
And again, it's one of those scenarios. Is you've got a chance for a steal of 2 here. You don't mind the force either. A steal of 1.
You don't want to throw the match, though.
No.
If you put it right in the perfect spot to give Colin.
Yeah.
I'm content to steal 1. I'll take a look at it. If I might be able to steal 2. With that ice, it looks like they may just be inclined to be guarding it. No. Yeah, they're just content to guard this, Nate, aren't they? So
Yep.
let's
I mean,
take
that weight definitely, if it gets over. This might not get over.
Wow, that's a high guard.
It's over.
It's
Sorry.
over. So
It's over.
at that, John Corelli just released his first rock. A.J. Hippius is sitting the first and third on sheet B. John's got a really feathered, nice control hit. He unfortunately ticked the top yellow rock. Moved it off to the side of the 12-foot, but gave a little bit of life to Team A.J. and company. A.J.'s going to look to come down. He looks like he indicated toward the top 8 or top 4 to
Right.
get his house split.
On sheet A, Nutmeg might have a chance to close it out. I see 3 red rocks in play.
1, 2, 3. Yes, there are.
Which
aren't
would, I think,
there?
after 6, 10 to 4 would. Meh,
That might do it.
that might do it.
That might do it. So what do we got here for? We got the hammer coming, don't we? We'll take a peek at. I'll not give everyone at home the view we've got, right, Nate?
It's got a curl. The weight's nice.
Confident to say he's going to cut it to. Oh, no, he already was second shot. Apologies. Hey, this isn't bad, Nate. It's not going to do it, but it's a good look.
It's a good try.
And that's fine. If we're Team Ardsley,
I mean, again,
we give the steal a 1. We keep the hammer. We're still up 1.
it's almost at the stage, it's almost like a blank for them because of the lead they have.
I agree. It is very much like a blank, except for the forfeited point.
I know they give a 1 up, but it's like they still got the hammer back. It's only 1.
It's only
They've
1.
got the lead. I mean, it's now 5-4. If you get your 2 here, you're up 3.
Yes.
If you get your 1, you're up 2, which is still a good spot. So I'm like, yes, there's pressure on Colin because Ed's now fought his way back.
And if they tie us, we've now determined that it's going to be a full end. So if they tie us in the 8th, we've got the comfort knowing that we've got the
Ed's
hammer
still
in the
chasing.
9th.
And Ed won't have hammer now until the last. So he's facing potentially being
Barring some development.
2
yep.
or 3 back.
And Ed's already calculating that.
I'm saying no, but that's even
and
a
playing
steal.
this end in a court.
But even if he steals, then he doesn't. But Ed's only chance of getting the hammer back now is in the last. But if he steals 1, he won't get it back.
He's just steal
So-
his way out.
So he's got to steal his way out.
Steal his way out.
Colin's
He's done it 101
it's
times.
tough, but Colin's still got his advantage.
Yes. And Ed's got to constantly keep that in mind.
Yep.
Colin's got the
Colin's just gotta hit it.
flexibility, knowing that he won't have to take potentially as many risks. And yeah, this is one that maybe earlier in the match I'm going to ignore it, but now if it floats onto the rings, you hit it. You hit it. And so what are we doing with A.J. Hippius here, Nate? Is
There's a
this
lot
the
of red
hammer coming in?
There's a lot of red again.
And
2 reds.
well,
Possibly.
maybe. But it's only going to be a force of 1 at the
Yeah, there's nothing he
most.
can do to.
John Corelli looks pretty confident, chatting with his mates. They're all together over on the side of the sheet. Sulu's giving the broom on that one. I can't tell. No, that's not Stacy. I thought it was for a second wearing the mask. So here
We
comes
fixed it.
AJ.
We fixed it.
Thank you. Does it
Let's
sound better?
Harmon help
Some
us
of it,
because
dude.
it sounded for the
It's the
first half of the
Pinto,
broadcast that I
man.
was just talking to myself.
Well, these chaps from Scotland, they got really big voices, you know. He's a nice guy, a bit of a loud talker. But at least he's not a close talker.
This looks nice from
Science.
AJ if it gets there. I mean, the line looks good. Oh, it's like
Ah, he's coming up
the
short,
line looked
Nate.
great.
It did. But now there begs the question, was it a steal of 1 or 2 for Team Corelli?
8-3.
They're looking down at it, so it's worth looking. It's at
It's-
least 1.
It's that famous kind of.
We just don't know.
It's that famous kind of skips. I love it. You watch it, and I mean,
What do you got going on? What do you got? What do you got, boys?
I had that today.
Got Corelli up big.
Corelli's up
We got Ed sneaking
by
back.
5 or 6 at this juncture.
And we got
Sheet A is tightened up.
we got the Bainyard team. Am I saying that right? They're up big.
I think so.
I believe
They
so,
were
Baynard.
well. They were up big. If they score here, I think it could. Oh,
So we're on a pretty big delay too.
yeah. There's. We're on a big delay. We are probably about a minute delay now.
So let's because this game's going to start coming down to it. Let's queue up Far C, right? Maybe after Larry's shot, we could give everyone a quick peek.
So we'll see in a second what the score on B was. They didn't measure, so it was clear cut either way if it was 1 or 2. But it was a steal for red, so they're at least up 9-3. They could be up 10-3.
Oh, I just looked at Keith's
Oh,
pants.
sorry,
and they-
8 or 9.
you can't look at those things, especially when they're moving. They really
Yeah, Mike's get memorized by
mess.
Keith's
And
pants.
Collins' pants. And, all right, so we're going to swap out and give you Keith Wisbauer's in the hack for his first stone. We're going to give you a peek at the house. It's starting to develop into quite an interesting scene. Or at least Team Simi is trying to make it that way, but
So,
Colin Kasparitz is happy
This could
to
be
just
handshakes on 8 because they have hammer. They're line 3. They draw in for 4. They go 11-4 up with 2 to go.
Yeah, I think that might be the end.
I mean, they're line 3 right now. I'd still say 10-4. I would still be inclined to play on because 6 with 2.
Who's up 10-4? Corelli?
No, on A.
No.
They're line. They're line 3. They could go up 4 here.
They could go up 4.
So A's, I think, is going to be handshakes after this.
Likely.
I wouldn't be inclined to play one more end, but
Doesn't matter.
In a long weekend, I'm always keeping in mind, hey, all of us have more games.
yeah.
All teams, all parties will benefit from the rest. And if the match is, in fact, concluded, with one exception, when arena teams come around, I always like to give them as much opportunity to play. If it does get a little one-sided, then I'll sometimes give them that nod like, hey, you know, we're up 9, but if you want to shake after 6, we'll play 2 scrimmage ends, as long as the ice crew's not disappointed.
Yeah, we've been like that before.
Especially if it's
when we first
lopsided
started
after
out, and
4,
you
say, hey,
respect it.
we'll play 2 more ends, but this match is over. Never a bad notion. A lot, some people who come into town, you don't know how much ice time they get back home.
They're
Yeah,
hitting on the back, but
looks
they've
like
matched,
it's
but
all
still
done.
3. Izzy going down the other end. He is.
And
So-
they've offered a
Sheet A continues.
sheet A continues, yes. So
6 down. 10-6.
we'll keep you posted to that. Sheet B obviously continues.
That's the spiel over the league, right? Because of the spiel, you want to kind of at least have a go. I think on a tournament, on a league night,
You know, that
You're
depends
more-
who you ask. If you ask the ice crew, they'll say no. As soon as it's
I know.
as soon as it's emotionally / psychologically known by most or all parties, especially all parties on the ice, that it's over, yeah, it's time to walk. And as a proponent of safety, I personally don't like to see a match played 1 stone beyond its necessary point in the spirit of not getting injured.
yeah.
I've seen that before where teams carried on, and next thing you know, it's somebody falls down and breaks a wrist, and the rest of their curling season can be interrupted
That's a good point.
for a shot that never needed to be taken.
That's a good point, Mike. We are on ice. It is slippery out there at times.
And then, of course, when you get to playdowns, when you might play 6 to 9 or so matches in a 3 to 4 day stretch.
Yeah.
Anytime you could give the athletes mind and especially body to recoup and get back to where they need to be for that next draw, or just frankly to come in here and party it up, right?
Oh yeah. Enjoy the warm room.
Yep. Lots of good food, and the booze is always cold at the bar, too.
So
We're definitely going to keep you more affixed to Sheet C because that is the
closest game we have on the
closest
sheet
game
right now.
and a really tight one at that. This game is going either way.
So Ed's calling the hit and roll.
No, I guess he
Or
didn't.
draw?
I guess they're just drawing over, yeah, aren't they?
I know it's so hard to hear. I mean, again, I thought the way
I
he
didn't
can put
see
it,
his. I didn't see what he signaled.
it's tough to know. I mean, that's the thing. You look behind the sheet, you think that you might be going for the hit here with
They're
weight,
just
and
guarding. Yeah, they're just guarding.
well, he's trying to establish the middle zone, right?
Yes. For as long as he can get away with it. And,
So he's just trying
and
to-
or feel
He's trying
comfortable.
to establish the 4-foot protection
Yes.
to steal again because he
To
needs
steal
to.
again. And the longer we could pull this off, Nate, the more options there are that our opponents will not execute the shot perfectly, or frankly, the one that picks or floats right by.
Because that shot right now is shot rock, but it's so far out that
Correct.
he's
not
doing the
worth
right
looking
thing
at.
to ignore it because he knows that if he can do this and what happened here, now it's a flash. Now he just
Yep.
has to draw
Now
around,
he just has to draw around.
and now the end is in his favor.
Steals on, isn't it? And yeah, it's too darn good to even wink more than once or twice most at that stone in the outer wings. Not until any point where he might have to. That's also a rock that you can hit and roll off of later on that might come into play. If, say, they hit off of it and roll behind what's right now that nicely placed corner guard of yellow. So I assume they're just, yeah, like you said, this one he's probably going in with.
Oh yeah, but I mean it's
Under the draw twice mentality. That's one that our dear old friend Sean Main imparted to me. He's like, you know what, especially if we're not playing well, Mikey, if we're looking like we're probably going to draw and it's probably going to be for the same resultant on our second shot, we might as well warm up not just our bodies for the shot, but the shot path for the shot as well.
well. I think as well, putting up the center guard, he forced Colin to throw a shot away potentially.
Yep. And if this turns out to not be the great way to go in, better to learn it on our first rock than our second.
Yeah, but he forced Colin by going there to throw the
did.
peel instead of bringing another one in.
did.
I mean, the brave move by Colin could be bring one in behind himself.
But does he need to be brave right
I
now?
know.
I'm not if I'm
Oh,
calling.
he got some wick.
Something clicked. I can't see with these athletes
And
in the way.
it is not in. So Ed got a little bit unlucky there. It just hung out wide. He clipped the outside guard, and
No, we're up to.
it did not roll in the ring. So,
Let's give these fine folks back home a quick look.
and that was weird because that one just stayed straight. I don't know if he pitched it out wide or not. But it's doubtful he did.
They have run a lot of shots down this path. We might be at that juncture where there's a little bit of a beat up pebble.
But
And we
he
are on
threw
it.
a great shot, and it hung out there.
It
I
hung.
mean, the weight looked great.
It hung. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary on the sweeping.
No.
Out of his delivery. And sometimes you just, if the ice sits there prolonged. But now I recall a lot of shots, especially in the last end, coming right down that way too. So maybe it's just getting on in the match and it's getting a little pounded down. And gee, once again, Nate, aren't we starting to see? Unfortunately for AJ and company, a lot of red rocks from Team Corelli starting to dominate on sheet B. I don't know if there's even anything yellow near there. Is that five red rocks in there, Nate?
5. Corelli's saying 5 red right now on B. So
And Looks like they're either guarding or just having Rebecca Andrew just bring down a sixth. As long as you don't start to give them perfect places to sit and lock, yeah, just load up the front of that house.
So
Make
here
AJ
goes
show
Colin
off.
with his first draw.
Again?
No, that was a while back.
Yeah, because it's got to be.
I can hear him now. He's good. This looks good. I mean, again, oh, it's
if it
hanging
is, it's the
again, but
mic.
I think it's okay.
Now we got a much easier look, don't we, Nate? We just.
Oh, it did the same thing to Ed.
It clicked.
So-
on its way in. Okay.
Ed's now got to hit the shot rock, or be brave and go.
Agreed. Well,
It is more open now because of the 2 clicks, and if he gets this perfect,
I'm looking at it as a left-handed person, and I'm right behind my left-handed hack. I like this shot for a lefty.
Oh.
It's probably the delay,
we're delayed.
or it's just, it could be what we're picking up from you, bro.
So Ed is
Well,
gonna.
no,
Ed is
he's
gonna.
not hitting. He's drawing in, isn't
He's drawing
he?
in.
I like that. Discipline, I think, is what prevailed, and they've been drawing great all day, Nate. You said he's had those 3 draws in a row that were super duper,
Yeah.
and they were.
He knows he's very confident in his draw right now.
He's got his sweepers. He's got Nada down there calling it.
Is this
Bring
inside the
thing in and
yellow?
Put it under cover. I can't see because
It looks light.
Keith is in the way. Can you see from where you're at?
It's coming in, but it is
It's
light.
just light. So we're looking
So
at
Colin could draw for 2.
draw for 2, and that's going to be problematic, especially if he puts it up.
He would be up 3.
He would be up 3
without.
without. Again, Ed is one of the, if not of all the people I've ever met, certainly played with, Ed's the best guy to put together a nice 3.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, 3's not impossible. 4 gets a little bit tricky, but still not impossible. Anything above 4 is very tough in the last, but
Well,
four.
actually, what's Colin looking at here?
I don't
Because
know.
he's lining something up as if almost, correct me if I'm mistaken, he doesn't seem confident to just go on the boards. He
But
literally
it's-
just has to get paint. But he looked at something in the middle.
He's trying to. I don't know what he's calling here. He's trying to go through that port, which I don't know why you would do this. He's trying to draw in through that port, and if he hangs, he's
Okay,
tapping
see.
up a yellow though.
I see.
So
That's there. I
that's-
like it. I think it's a heck of a lot better than going outside because
Oh
that's.
no, he's going the other way. I thought he was going that way. I didn't see the handle. It's fine.
He's going in turn for a righty.
He's going in turn.
Okay, yeah.
That makes more sense.
I believe he's wide though because he's still got a. I don't think it gets there, Nate. I
Oh,
think he's
this could be.
clipped the
where's it gonna-
inside. No harm.
Yeah, he's fine. Oh,
He's fine.
he's fine.
He took his 1, so he's up 2 coming home.
Again,
He's
at
gotta
this,
play for the
at this level,
forces.
you don't sometimes see the handle.
Got a jovial smile, a little shaking of his head. He's lip syncing something to his pals in the lounge. Something to the extent.
So he's up
sorry?
2. He's up 2 without.
Where? Over here? Oh, he took 1. Yeah.
Took 1. Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming home down 2. Meanwhile, what's AJ Hippias is
There's a lot of.
down 6 with the hammer.
Possibly.
He's playing him down, play him back. Colin Kasperwitz has indicated to Christine, yes, please, let's absolutely bring this down into the 4-foot
Oh, yeah.
top center line A blank does Team Simia no good. A force of 1 does Team Simia no good.
You don't want to put guards up for him to play with.
Yeah, and a score of 2 earns him an extra N, but the only way to win here outright for Team Simia is to put up the 3 pack.
That's a really nice first stone.
And it's going to ignore this, other than to watch how it finishes. Collins got his little Islanders cap on. I at least like the American flag on there and the camouflage.
It's
You know who
interesting.
my hockey team is.
So
Nate?
Ed's calling the corner
Yeah.
on the same side as the shot rock.
Yep. Because, well,
The hit
keep
and
in
roll.
mind what he just did on
The
the
hit
2
and
ends
roll.
ago, the hit and roll.
Yeah.
Or that draw line is there, although this one is taking off. Look at it go, Nate.
That's just gone sideways.
My gosh. That's going to be, well, it'll be out to about the edge of the 8 foot, and that's fine. That just gives them a lot more. That's
It's hogged. It went sideways.
no kidding. See, I couldn't see they were in the way on that. That hurts,
The athletes on the ice are
hurts.
blocking a view a lot of times.
aren't they?
And
I feel like Kramer in the episode where he's like psst, trying to scooch the surgeon out of the.
so I see a lot of rocks.
Christine's gonna bring this right down onto the rings.
I see a lot of rocks in play in both B and A. It's hard to know exactly, but both teams have definitely got a lot of rocks in play.
Should try to keep a notion on that, right? Especially if heaven forbid
Have we got?
we get a big end and it changes the match.
Yeah.
It looks like yellow's down on both sheets A and B, and it looks like to the same degree. They're each down by 6. One's down by 6, one's down by 7. So
Yellow's
Nate had a great point. There are a lot of gatherings of stones on both of those sheets.
I might have to
Wouldn't
go.
you know it, it's a lot of yellow rocks on sheet A.
Yeah, I gotta
And they're
go.
the team trailing. We might have to take a look over there, bro.
Oh, we're still on C. Can we go to the
We could take it, absolute. So we're on far C.
there?
Let's bring 6 houses for a second.
Do we have far C?
Far,
Far A. Sorry, no.
far A is the only one we
So let's
do
go
not.
to the 6 houses just to see
We got our 6
on your
house.
monitor to see at least how many rocks are in play for yellow.
I'm counting 2 or 3, bro. And we are back to 6 houses. It'll take a second on our feed. So folks on YouTube, please bear with us. We're back to 6 house view.
So yellow
We may or may not have a lead for
yellow might be short rock.
a potential comeback,
They at least got one and potentially.
but they do have a bunch of other rocks. Are there, from where we're seated, there's at least 3 rocks in the 4 and 8 foot combined.
I think so. But
As
Red's still in good command.
You never know, right? Red is in command. Speaking
Wow, look-
of, back to sheet C.
The rocks are really moving on sheet C now.
They are. As
That just dove sideways.
the
so
pebbles mature.
the pebble's very matured. The slide path is broken down.
Edward is comfortable with his staggered corner guards, as am I. If he hits that and rolls under, this rock about to come off Larry's hand is in there for stay. Now it's just a matter of getting his house split. It's going to be hard for them to win this match outright if Collins' team executes all their shots, but Ed is still well alive for the deuce.
This looks nice by Larry if it's got enough weight.
Is it by that guard, Nate? You
It's
can see it,
close. I
can't.
think he might be.
And he is.
He is, and
Really
he
nicely
called him off.
done.
And this is going to be a.
And the roll, fabulous.
Oh, I don't know why he didn't sweep. He is now.
I like that where it is. That red
But
rock in the back.
he did what a few skips done, and I've definitely done it. He celebrated the shot and forgot to sweep
That's okay.
the rock a little bit.
A little bit.
I think he's still shot.
Ooh, Collins going to move this. I like this call here, Nate. Either one, because those are his trouble rocks. And you know what? Just
I would take the red.
oh, he's looking to nose it to get rid of 2 of them.
No.
Hit the red, though, yeah.
Hit the
'cause
red.
Now you can play that shot rock. Assuming that is shot rock. Team Simia's stone in the top 8.
Yeah, I think it
Out
is.
counts
No,
Team
that's
Castro's.
almost. I can see where the shadow is.
It's kind of
It's almost
bowling
touching
over the edge
12.
of the 12, right? And Ed's is not.
I mean, if he thought he had plenty weight to bump it and then realized he had to sweep it.
So while you're saying that, Nate, I am getting a gander at sheet A. It looks like maybe 2-3, but maybe 1-3 for the yellow. So yeah, who knows?
I mean,
you
the
know?
rocks.
These guys get themselves a 3 or even a 4, and then they're especially got themselves an 8th end to finish it.
No, it's handshakes on A.
Have they conceded? And they did, as you say. Okay, so on sheet A, that's our that was our sole B event, second event matchup.
AJ scored two.
Team Rock Lobster / Team Crab has defeated.
So AJ has scored two on B, so he's only 9-5 down, so he's down by 4 without, which is tough.
That's tough. That's tough. As evidenced by Team Corelli throwing everything through until they literally don't.
It's not
have
outdoable,
to.
but you definitely want to be in the hammer situation there if you're down by 4.
Or frankly, just in any situation where, yeah, I'm not down by 4.
Yeah.
You know, they let it get a little out of hand early, but they hang in there. Which I guess, unless we see anything crazy happen over there, we've got quite a chess match breaking out on sheet C. So Ed Simia seems to have tapped top house weight for Larry Bakary. They are going outside around that corner guard. I don't know if he indicated he would like to split those a little bit. I wouldn't think so. It's going to be hard for him to. No, they're just guarding again, aren't they? Which he's content to do, and he's got the stones remaining to still do it. So he's showing a real good sense of discipline. Although they are bringing it down. Oh, that's a great stagger, Nate.
Yeah.
Christmas tree. Fabulous stone by Larry Bakary.
Would you not hit your
Steered
red
in.
into the yellow here? And
I think that's what Colin's doing. Yes, because with the way that's staggered, Nate, especially with down weight. Oh, but even with big weight, you know, if you just clip either of those yellow but get just an inch of it,
but you get another
they're
stone.
not leaving the rings in the back. They're going to move. They may jam because just keep in mind there's a red.
Yeah,
line.
I mean, you might jam, but you get something else in
I
the
like-
rings, and you take away
I like running
the scoring
this
zone
back.
just slightly. Not by much.
Not the least of which, though, it's a guard. And if this guard plus this shooter are out of Colin's way, Colin will have a shot with his hammer. That's not great, but it's a trade-off.
He almost replaced it.
Yeah, he replaced it, you know, just moved it back a stone with the nose hit. Not the end of the world. Ed is looking.
I
to
would
hit
have gone
this
for the
now.
back. I would have gone for the
Interesting.
back stowing, knowing if I clipped either one.
Ed's content to play the back 12 with this lie. So if he gets a nice down weight from Anna and rolls it into the rear 12, this is definitely going to put some pressure on Colin.
Well, he's gonna be lining 3.
Yeah, and Colin's going to be actually chasing to force 2. And Ed's actually going to have the house split rather well. I would actually, if this shot.
Oh, what's this
lands
curl, though?
over
What's
in
this
the
curl?
back- Oh no, is it going back to center?
Nice, fine.
Not a great lie because Colin can roll over, but it's still, he's controlling the play. Colin's got to execute. And Colin's no longer calling the shots he'd like to call. And that's what he has to do, right?
Yep.
If he hits and flops back over or noses, he gives Ed the option to lie right in the 12 again. And that gives Colin nowhere to hide. So here comes Pauline Davies with her first.
Looks a bit narrow.
Or sorry, that's her second. I think you're right, and I don't think they're going to be able to hold this.
Unfortunately, it was just.
No, it's just maybe the handle was a little light too.
Yeah, it does.
Soared by.
It looks as though it
It was
knuckled.
good control weight.
Yeah.
It's coming right back to us in the booth, so it had board weight. They looked a little confused. And
So
maybe might have even picked up
Ed can now
something
lie
underneath
4
it.
and really put the pressure on.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to go anywhere near
AJ
that
is
guard.
line 2 without.
Wouldn't you know? Little dog, hang it in there, huh? Good for AJ.
Brian Tully with his big bobble hat
He
on
does get the
sheet
big
B.
pom-pom. AJ keeps coming back, you know. He's an inspirational player.
I think that wins the prize for the biggest pom-pom hat.
I think it has to, right?
It is quite impressive.
Almost as big as his whole head.
It's quite an impressive pom-pom by Brian Tully.
Hey, so by the way, here comes Team Simia's shot, and they got it T-line, so this is,
Oh, beautiful shot.
yeah, this is really pressure time for Colin. This is a great sequence of stones forthcoming for anybody just learning how to skip the game or
So-
still in that intermediate phase. He has got to
So-
really think this through. I
Thi-
like where he's tapping right there.
Here's the thing here, though. It's a brave shot, but I learned it in the club challenge. Would you not at this point draw down to the 5 and freeze on it?
The back one?
Yeah.
No.
No, I know
it's
if you
too open.
no, if you make it perfect though, you've cut down.
If you make it perfect.
I know.
Maybe save that for last. You saw where he tapped. If he rubs up against the third, likely that third best nutmeg rock in the upper 8 foot,
Yeah.
Ed won't hit it. Ed's going to just have to bring another one down, maybe in the top 8, in between those two stones.
But
Just
I
force
I
him.
think
But you're right. If he freezes immaculately, and I mean because it's in the full 8, if it doesn't freeze, even if it's off, if it's frozen but over by a couple inches, Ed can hit it skinny, and he'll squirt it off the rings or at least beyond.
yeah, but then Ed's only then line 3, and you hit for 2, and then I don't know.
Oh, there you go. You may have just gotten your request, Nate. Pauline Davies has moved the broom.
I like it.
They're starting to remitigate. Colin's talking to his sweepers down in the hack. He's looking at Keith. They're having a few words. Now he's essentially talking through what we just spoke about. If he does decide to freeze to this,
Because
yeah, come on down. Why not?
the only
He's
thing,
gotta
yeah,
absolutely
the thing
lock
is,
on,
the
though.
thing that I know he's got to lock on, but this is the situation here. He's lying against 4.
I think he just
He-
took a timeout to be a silly boy.
He-
but, just in case, I like his
He
style.
doesn't have hammer.
I know.
So Ed's at the moment, the no play, Ed wins. So he's got to think, rather than hitting, how do I get into situations where I cut him down?
Here's just
and-
as advocate, if we, for a moment, if we go over, rub against where he first tapped, and we pass, right there,
Yeah.
essentially, and we bypass, like you said, sitting on the 5, there's a chance that Team Simia's last stone, though it would likely
We're going for the freeze.
be called a top 8 to biting the top 4, might come in a little heavy
Yeah.
and line itself up with what would then be a perfect pocket for his last shot to then be,
Sure.
frankly, one that he could not necessarily lock onto the 2, but if there's 2 in the back 8 and there's not a stone between them, then he's got some leeway. He could be maybe 3 to 6
AJ
inches above them.
AJ's still hanging on with stones in play.
He sure is, isn't he?
I mean, it just goes to
Thinking
show
it
you.
through. Yeah, you hang in there. Don't
You
see
hang in
why
there,
not.
you go for it, you
Sure.
play until you're out, and he's got to skip rocks.
So, by the way, they did, I guess in the end, they opted
Yep.
for, we'll call it the Nate shot. This was Nate's gut. I'm also not crazy about it because it wasn't Colin's first gut shot, and he looks
You
hot.
got to go. No,
He looks hot, so if
no, it's not. I think they got to go line.
you know what, Ed hasn't gone into the house, and neither has Nada, so Nada's not advancing her
Oh, they
rock.
should have gone earlier,
Oh, it's over curling.
because now he just hits that.
And that's the scenario, yeah. That's the
I mean,
why we
it was
might
there.
not-
I would. If I,
It was there.
And actually, it was forced. She called Keith to push it over.
It was a half a stone short, and it just curled too much. But yeah, that's the why we might not.
Down to it.
That's
But
the-
they called the sweep for pushing over.
I know. Terrible.
it was well thrown. It just
All the way
curled.
down to it, you were sitting 1, and then what does he do?
Yeah. That
Well,
was
then
the
he
call.
sits back or shakes him a little, but yeah,
I mean, again, it's not bad there.
Ed has to still execute. Keep
He
in
still has
mind.
to make this.
Ed has got to execute. If he peels this, mind you, and loses shooter, Colin's looking at exactly where he just came from.
Yeah.
I assume Ed is going to.
Ooh, they're on it
nose
early.
this.
We're on it early.
I speak soon, but they're fine.
I think they're fine.
They're fine. In fact, yep, and they're going to guard and now that's problematic.
Now you freeze again.
Yeah. And I think I just heard somebody eloquently say back in the beehive, excuse me, you freeze or you're dead. And again, Nate, that's why it's curling.
Yeah.
That's why we love the game, right? Anyway, so we still got some peeps out there, and oh yeah, almost a couple dozen folks out in Nutmeg and beyond Nation. Send us some notes. What's everybody doing tonight? You have any good food coming out of the kitchen? Got any good beverages back in your?
Is it Uber Eats bring you a
Anybody got a
nice?
fire
Is it
put?
Uber
It's
Eats bring you a
warm.
nice tasty treat?
Sure. I mean, well, it's like 55 degrees out, so I
Friday
don't know if
night.
people are doing a.
Barbecue.
Well, they might be barbecuing because fireplaces are probably going to stay closed off tonight. No need for a fire, I guess. Unless
This
you
looks
just want
better.
the
I like
atmosphere.
this line. It's a little bit wider.
Hey, Ed Simia, could you scooch just a minute? Thanks, bud. He actually did.
I like this line a
and
lot.
Now Nate is right in the path.
I like this line a
You
lot.
tell me. I can't see, Nate. It's coming. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, is that good. So we got Keith Wisbauer.
Oh, perfect phrase.
on. We'll have to give him a big sigh of relief from Pauline. Colin looks, yeah, he's all grinning. Ed's not done yet.
Ed can throw peel weight at
Oh, yeah,
this.
he's going to blast this.
Blast it.
It's
And,
just got to go beyond two of them.
but that's
We don't have
but,
to win this match here,
But
Nate.
that's why you
Yeah.
call the freeze on the first one,
Sure.
because he readjusted on the second.
The draw twice. The draw twice rationale.
If it was still there, and
Although he was drawn twice, so it's.
but he was looking to
worked
hit or to hide wide, and it wasn't going to benefit. I don't think.
Would you look at that, though? I don't think there's more than an inch between them. But, yeah, if Ed just blasts this thing and it's beyond all but two of them, we got an extra end. If
Yeah.
he blasts it beyond all but three of them, Ed wins.
Well, I think.
But, wow, let's keep an eye on the other sheet because this thing's going to come in as a laser. And I guess we want to take our near C sheet, don't we?
Yeah, near C.
Too late. We're going to just let this one come in.
I think it's
Nada dropped their broom but retrieved it.
No.
Didn't work.
nice
So
win.
it came in just about on the nose. Real valiant effort, but Colin's team hang on there.
I mean, that's a
10th.
skip shot there.
That's a skip shot, isn't it? You bet. I love that stuff. And that's why we play the game, right, Spartacus?
He made a great
Hey,
shot with
Kristen,
the
how are you? All right.
Well, I think I'm going to sign off.
So,
Mike might give a thing, but
before you go, though, and now that your better half has arrived, hello, Gallegos and company. Didn't you play your lovely spouse this afternoon?
Yeah,
What
and she
happened
won.
there, bro?
And she actually admitted she enjoys playing against me than with me. So
She does?
Yeah,
Kristen,
so-
is this true? Or, well, I'll ask you when Nate's not sitting right next to me, just to be sure.
because me and her on mixed doubles are a bit of a nightmare, mainly because of me.
No, you
Only
don't
because of
say.
me.
Okay, you learn something every day. But no, I could see that. So he was cool to play with, gentlemen and fun, and especially okay.
But they
Awesome.
played really well today. I mean, you know what they
Well, there's a chance I suppose you guys can meet up again at some juncture,
No.
right? No, it
The-
won't pass out.
no. There's no
Somebody either
meat. There's
louts
no
or-
meat backs.
Okay.
Actually, in the sea possibly.
All right. So no
But-
carpools necessarily, but you might get some of the same draws times.
Hey, I'll come down and watch her.
And you can have dinners and stuff together too. But
But that was a great,
yeah, I
good
thought
game.
that
So
was a
summary
cool draw.
for sure. Sheet
Please
A,
do.
Raymond is through in the B event, so he progresses in the B, and then Corelli beat AJ in the A.
He's on
and
to the semifinals.
Colin moved on in the A as well in sheet C.
And same for Colin on to the A event semifinal, Final Four.
Yeah.
So good luck to all those guys and ladies. We've got a very brief ice maintenance.
And we're not too far behind. I mean, we're supposed to have an
no,
8
probably-
o'clock draw.
Probably 15 minutes. So we're at
We-
at 8 p.m. We'll be coming back at you in about 15 minutes with two more main events.
With Kristen going back on the ice soon.
You going back on the ice, Kristen? Cool.
You're back on the ice.
Team Gallegos looking spiffy,
Yeah.
looking like the Pittsburgh Pirates, Penguins, whatever, right?
Any of the above? Bruins could be Team Bruins.
I'm signing off, and I'll be back in a bit.
Cool, man. Always good to see you, brother. I'm going to go have a quick pause. Thanks again, Curling Nation. We'll be back in about 15 minutes with the next draw. Peace out.
Check, check. So hey everybody, Pinto here. Assuming that we're still no longer encountering audio difficulties. Not sure who we got out here, but welcome right back. Nutmeg and Beyond Curling Nation for what are now dubbed the 8:15 p.m. and final draw of the evening. It's going to take me about 2 or 3 minutes to get all the lineups over here and get that down. So I'll check back with you on that. For now, I'm just getting myself acclimated with some crazy garb out there on the ice. Some dude's got a shirt on that says, "What's your handle?" We are going to be featuring of the 2 of our 3 draws, by the way, are main event, A event, first event draws. That's going to be Team Gallegos over on Sheet A. Everybody can spot those fine folks. Matt Gallegos is now playing in his 11th Golden Handle tournament, proudly wearing the Nutmeg 10-year shield on his jacket. So yeah, we got Team Gallegos wearing the yellow. Looks like they're playing Team Spartacus, aka Team Ryan Heidi and company. So we'll be checking in and out with you on that. But once again, our featured game is the second main event game here on Sheet C. And that's got Team Kwan from our very own Nutmeg Curling, skipped by Robert Kwan, with my dear friend Kathy Morley at Vice, other dear friend Eric Sebastian at second, and Emily Winter filling in that rink at lead. They are throwing the Red Rocks. And for now, it's just a bunch of hit checks, first of which has not come through. Did hit the stone in the rear, even though they were looking to hit the stone at the top. So that's our opponents with the Yellow Rocks, Team Politano, skipped by Siri Politano. Vice is Johnny Lusardi with Liz Harmond at second and Frank Boquiccio as lead. It would seem as though Team Kwan is looking to split the rings over on the same side as the existing shot rock. We'll know in just a moment. Yep, presumably down to the top 8 or even top 10. Top 12. And apologies, they did not get to the rings, nor did they perfectly guard it, so they did leave a hit and roll for Team Politano. And Liz Harmon is in the hack for her second shot. She's throwing about a normal hit weight, touchdown. It's on its way out nicely, with a little bit of sweeping for now by Johnny Lusardi. Eric Sebastian almost just fell over. Hey, kind of famous for that thing. And the shot was hit. It rolled. Interestingly enough, we are fairly certain for now that Nutmeg still has 2 rocks on the rings. Ardsley still has 2 rocks on the rings. So Eric's last rock is out of hand. Sweepers are off it for now. Sweeper's giving it a little bit. Hey, Katya, how are you? Sweeper's on a little harder now. It's being brushed in by ladies Emily Winter and Kathy Morley. Quite perfectly, right down to a center guard position. Team Politano is content to just curl right around that center guard. That's been the task requested from Johnny Lusardi.
Johnny's got an interesting garb setup tonight. Some kind of plaid loudmouth pants mixed with what's either a whole assortment of bottles of bourbon or maybe even scotch on this pretty fancy looking jersey he's got. And his first stone did come up a little short. Had clipped the center guard, but moved it over. Moved itself off a little bit into the position of more of a central corner guard. Robert Kwan's asking Kathy Morley to bring her first stone right down through that port and presumably rest under cover in the top four, keeping in mind that she's got a Team Ardsley stone to rest on in the back rings if necessary. Kathy's shot's out of hand. As always, really smooth delivery. We're going to try to keep you apprised as to what's going on over on sheet A best we could. We do not have, it's the one camera angle with our upgrade of summer that we don't have, that being the far house of sheet A. So we just have to rely on our 6 feet main feed. But it is starting to look like there's quite a few guards accumulating out front, with Team Gallegos got one safely under cover, having hammer. Beginning to look a little more and more complex as to how they may in fact score two with all that traffic out front. Back to sheet C. We've got Johnny Lusardi's final rock coming in. They're looking to shoot down right through that port, and Liz and Frank are hammering that really nicely. They got themselves through the port. They got themselves into the 8 foot, and I think they might have even gotten themselves into the 4 foot. They did. They're just about full 4 foot, only about 2/3 buried, for which Robert Kwan immediately asks Kathy Morley to give it a hit and roll back across to sheet B. It's just a matter of he's recalibrating what weight probably, and he decided he wanted to roll right past the guard cover. Smart move, as always. So Robert's looking for probably a 3 or 4 shot roll to get this shot stone as far away from all the other congestion as able. Eliminate doubles, jams, that sort, and keep the scoring area clear as well. So the sweepers were down it, back up, and now back down. It looks really, really awesome. There goes Kathy's roll, and wouldn't you know, they rolled it a little further than Robert had asked, but that's about as perfect as a shot as you're gonna see. It rolled itself nicely just beyond the tee line, it seems, and it's still partially in the 8 foot. That's a really great shot, Kathy. Meanwhile, Matt Gallegos is out of the hack on sheet A with his first. He's got one of his mates giving it a little bit of direction to push it away, but it unfortunately really dove back to the center and clipped on one of the guards, so he's not going to be successful in splitting the house on his first stone, but he is, oh, apologies. It did actually crash into one of the other guards and pop it in, so split accomplished. I stand corrected. Chloe Bennett and Sean Hogan taking a squint at the monitors, our newly placed monitors, to see what's happening with their situation as they get their skips stone ready. And that's going to be Van Villagomez headed down. He's down there with Laura Bennett right now, discussing things over in the house. Ryan Heidi of Team Nutmeg, whichever, 6'7", not sure, one of the Nutmeg teams. Fixes his glasses on his brow. He's getting his stone cleaned up to head down. I think they're probably just looking to draw around that whole pile of guards, that assortment, land themselves into the top 4 foot. Kristen Holm, Jake Ness ready to sweep this. Jake's sporting his fancy boy cat pants tonight with his newly threaded golden handle 2023 waterproof Waterwick t-shirt. And their shots off from Ryan Heidi. They're sweeping it really hard, as in, it did the same thing Matt's first rock just did. Crashed on everything out front and just ended up shaking something else a little further up. I just can't get a really good look. So we're going to focus to Robert Kwan's first stone for now. Rob's down in the hack, looking at the identical port that's been there for a few rocks now. And yeah, he's just going to steer his stone right in through all that too to be the number 1 stone and undercover. Liz Harmon looking to time his rock, which I always found to be very advantageous if and when using the clock. Never miss an opportunity to time your opponent, especially when your opponent is one that's got such a smooth delivery that even not knowing them very well, you're always going to be able to get a great calibration on a delivery like Rob Kwan's. And that rock's headed right in. Looks bad to the bone. He's got himself just about up to the 4-foot circle, albeit about half buried, but it's got a lot of bad outcomes if Ardsley just decides to recklessly run it toward the back of the house. So here comes, I'm going to go with Saray. We have a Siri in our club, and she spells it differently, so this looks like Saray Politano's first rock. Maybe somebody in here knows. We'll have to look around for some of her mates back at Long Island / Ardsley curling clubs. I've never met her before, so I don't know how she pronounces her name, but I think it's Saray. And out of the hack with some pretty good force. What looks to be some control up weight. Liz Harmon's on it very hard. Give it a little push. It's headed down for that number 1 stone in rather nice fashion. And it looks a lot like the first hit Nutmeg threw in the same scenario, except he did just clip it a little thin and remove both stones right off the rings. So as the house sits, it's all the action's in the back of the house. You've actually got 3 yellow stones, rocks 2, 3, and 4 for Ardsley, but even though it's just barely biting the back 8, Rob Kwan is shot rock, and he's essentially just coming down that same port. He wants the same line, he wants the same release, he wants the same brush, and Team Kwan should therefore be able to come away with the deuce in the first end. Let's see what we get. Jake Ness and Kristen Holm are sweeping Ryan Heidi's final rock, and they did this time get around, but it's going to the back of the house, and I think it's going to land in to take 1. Back to sheet C. Rob Kwan has got to bend a little more. If he does, he's great, and it just did not quite. He clipped the other guard, which is fine. We got a long match. He's a master at reading the ice. We assume he threw it and released it right on the broom. It just did not perform, leaving him taking 1 with the hammer in the first. Ardsley will move on to the hammer in the second. Brother Nate Holm is back, so we're just bringing Nate back up. And if anybody's watching, please let us know.
I think Ashley's watching. She said hello,
Everything's
Mr. Hope.
still cool. Hey, Ashley, what's
Ashley's
up?
watching.
Before I forget, Nate, Ashley, I ran into Andy last night, and Andy told me where you went. So on an inside joke, that's really cool. I'm glad you got there, and I can't wait to go where you went yesterday when I get there. Nate's looking at me like, what are you talking about?
So my goal on this commentary is to get my calls a bit better than.
On how they're coming, well, we got a fresh deck of ice.
So what we got here? We got Team
We got
Consolino.
2A. Is it Saray?
So
Nate,
this is.
have you ever met Politano? I'm going
I know,
with
I know,
Saray.
I know Harm, I know Liz, and I know Lasari.
Johnny. Now, is it pronounced Saray or Siri? I'm assuming Saray. If
I'm not sure. I've never met her.
Ah, look at Ashley. Hello, Nate. Know it.
Hey, Ashley. That's a great shot.
Sure is. Dig it. Little extra flutter at the end, huh? Gets them under perfect
They
cover.
just keep breaking.
Yeah, looks like, sorry. Ryan did not take,
Ryan gave up one,
gave up
which is okay.
okay. So now he's got hammer in the second.
We do not have as many colors on this draw as the last draw. There's a few yellow representing, but the other sheets,
Yeah, I think if there was,
the colors are beginning to mellow in this draw.
there were cheers given out for Garb. First draw definitely takes these guys, right? Team Gallegos looking good, especially Matt with that 10-year badge on his denim
And these
vest.
4 stars,
Yeah.
reminding people here that he has won it 4 times.
And it was, because remember when I said he won it 2, 3, maybe
Yeah.
even 4 times? When you were taking a breather, I checked with him. He said, yeah, he won it 4 times. And his wife, Sharon, has won it 3.
Yeah, and he's got his preferred pairing in this weekend.
Yeah, and he's got a great, yeah, they played together so many times. Nate,
I mean,
I've
again-
seen them
again, he's
here. I've seen them all over at other clubs. They always,
And his
represent.
pair that he played with last year were very good as well. So
And they're great party peeps to hang out with, too.
yeah,
Oh, there goes Rob Kwan. Moved just at the moment. Okay, they will get by.
oh great shot.
Are they coming a little
That's
bit
fine there.
deeper?
That's okay, though.
We like that.
I like that a lot.
They've got 2 safely under cover, they being Ardsley.
I mean, there was a pocket, which is a little bit of a.
But that really
We're back to sheet
really
C,
drives
people,
it
sorry.
to Eric Sebastian.
Yeah, I mean,
I
Aaron
won't go
can.
as firm as to say must do, but this is we really want this shot. And not necessarily even counting. It could be 2, it could even be 3, but you want it buried. You definitely don't want to leave it open.
And you don't want to leave it short as another
And
guard.
you don't want to leave it short. Heck no. So
Which-
Kathy Morley and Emily Winter are on it, and they're just not going to get it there. All the sweeping in the world wasn't going to get it there.
And now he's left it short, and now there
And
could be
now the
another draw
whole-
round.
The whole approach is breached. Robert always has some grand ideas on how to get himself out of a sticky situation, and he's about one of the coolest handed skips I've ever played for. He's, as he sees it, won't give himself any reason to sweat or even raise his pulse. And that's why he shoots.
I mean, he can still
that's why he
pe-
shoots so cool, too.
He can still peel his own red.
Sure can. He could raise him, too.
Raise
right?
it.
He could raise him.
Doesn't have hammer, so he's probably going to raise it, repealing it. This looks heavy this time.
And they might have just gotten their gift because it's, even though it may not leave the rings, it's definitely not going to be one to contend. It has left the rings.
So Ren now can get, Robert can now get top 4. He is thinking about a tap it though, which again, this is like next level.
Hey, so something we haven't had a chance to run down, and before any of these ends get really too techy, Sheet B, even though we're not featuring it, we want to keep everyone, especially at home, informed on what's going on. We do have the single B event or second event of the draw on Sheet B, and that's featuring out of Long Island, Team Ruktashel, and I really hope I pronounced that right, Dave. They're skipped by Dave Ruktashel with Marianne McDonald at vice, Brian McDonald at second, and they're completed by Patty Engel as their lead. They're sporting some pretty fancy looking garb, especially Dave. He's got some really cool loudmouth pants and a really nice looking Long Island competition coat. Our mates, their opponents, Also from Team Nutmeg out of Bridgeport is Team Villagomez, skipped by Daniel Villagomez, with our friend, his vice, Laura Bennett. Sean Hogan at second, and they're completed by Chloe Bennett at lead. And they've got more of a mixed bag as far as team uniforms are concerned. A little bit of plaid, a little bit of solids. This fella in the hack now, Nate, he's got some, Brian, I guess. I'm not too sure what that shirt means, but there's got to be a pretty cool story behind it. Something about how's it handling, or I can't handle it, I can handle it. We got to see him when he comes down, but.
Oh God, I was like, what's going on here? But do you notice something when I need that? When I need
He just has to be careful about leaving his knees on the ice there. He
I didn't pick up on that.
he
Is that
was
on sheet-
he had his knees
sheet
on
B?
the ice right on the forefoot on sheet B.
The fellow with the cool T-shirt. Oh boy.
I will keep an eye on it because our ice crew will be.
Yes, please do. All right, so Kathy Morley peeled off what was one of multiple guards.
But I mean, they're now line 3.
9-3.
You missed when you were talking on sheet B. There was a nice draw that came in. Wasn't fully undercover, but
That was this one that
Yeah.
we see, and that's the one they just crashed trying to get to. Or just get the guard deliberately. I'm not sure what that call.
I think they're trying to get to it because it was almost fully open. I mean, Robert.
I call those, Nate, the either or. And
Yeah.
and I usually indicate that to the team, and I always try to let them know, hey, I'd kind of like getting the shot in the rings, or we get the one at the top. We're happy to do either. Especially to not let the shooter think they've missed a key shot when either one sure works. So here comes this one, and it seems
little
to be
heavy.
a little heavy. Definitely
But-
getting through the port, but it's finishing off
Oh wow!
really nice. If it would just stop.
But there's now a pocket for Robert to come into.
There sure is.
And I
isn't
think
there?
he's gonna come there.
And I think Kathy.
Oh.
He's gonna really make it hurt. I like this, Nate, because while it's just as cool to go in and sit on that thing, if he removes this or even just moves it back, like he's probably looking to do with some down weight, moves it back, southeast, as we say. It's something that Team Ardsley can't hit and roll back toward the scoring area.
Team Long Island.
Oh, I'm sorry, it is Long Island. They're all Long Island?
Yes,
I thought they were like
they're Long
both
Island.
clubs. They are then.
I mean, they might be a mix, but I think they're.
Yeah, I thought Johnny and Liz played also at Ardsley.
Yep.
Then we hear folks, our buddy Buttermaker behind us calling for the roll. As you may have heard him said, not quite enough. Oh, that's funny, Ashley. We were just. I hope that yeah. Oh no, sometimes I've heard it said before where, you mentioned to the ice crew that subsequently mentions it to the skip after the draw. If this persists, this may be one where we send our commissioners out there to maybe mention.
Not the hair.
Well,
How did he do that?
it just didn't get there, and it might have been a little hot.
But that's okay.
It's okay. It is okay.
I actually like it that it's in a better spot than it was before.
Does give Robert the chance to come in. He could now wick off his top one. He could also, well, now he's not going to curl straight to that back one, but like he tapped over. Oh, yeah, this
Going
is-
on to sheet A, Heidi is line 2 right now.
Got any? Oh, that's right. We don't have any near or far A. We might have far A, near A, but not far A.
We're on near A.
Yeah, we don't have it.
No.
That's the one set we ran out of. Yep.
So Matt has a draw to try and lie 1 here.
And it looks pretty good. And this is his first, right, Nate? It is, okay. Meanwhile, Robert Kwan's coming in with his.
Oh, it's light.
Everybody knows Robert's got a beautiful delivery.
It came up light
so-
on A. So Ryan has a chance to throw a third in.
Yes, he does, doesn't he? And by the way, I'm going to switch us off to the near sea because everybody's seen Robert's beautiful delivery so many times. We don't need to see it. We want to see this rock come in, don't
Wow, that moved.
we? It sure did. And look at the brushers on it.
That just broke.
Emily Winter and Eric Sebastian are really working this. Seems to be the theme of the night. The athletes keep walking across. Oh, you're kidding.
Oh, that just went sideways, though. I mean, the break was vicious.
It was vicious.
I mean, that's our new ice. Our ice, if you hit that spot, it goes sideways. And
And there was some maintenance over the holiday break, as well as for those that might not have been on our first draw. The handles were flipped, therefore exposing the freshly sandpapered, scratched as we call it in curling world. Rocks have been scratched 10 days ago, less than 2 weeks, right?
well, no,
Maybe 2
they were
weeks.
scratched.
2 weekends
No,
ago?
they were scratched a year ago, both sides, and then you just flipped the rocks.
Right, and then when we flipped, was that about a week ago?
Yeah.
2 weeks,
2
maybe?
weeks.
2 weeks.
Almost 2 weeks. They were flipped on the Tuesday morning, so we're almost. You're right, about 10 days.
So here we. Oh, by the way, this is the shot. We're delayed by a good 30 seconds, aren't we? Well, then that's good to know, so we can switch these cameras on time. But we like the.
Well, no,
Camera
the
you've
feet's
got.
still fine.
Yeah, we're gonna leave it on the near sea because Saray Politano is coming in with her first rock. Yeah.
Yes.
And it's actually got.
Oh, wow, that took a vicious turn as well.
It's got like T plus weight,
But that went sideways pretty.
as you say, brother. That thing cut hard. It looks like they might. They did, but they moved it out of the way. And okay, we have all kinds of scenarios.
She is misbehaving. She is making it
I
difficult.
think you're right. It is cut
That's two big cuts early,
And we got a lot of great
which-
skips out there.
which you can't predict.
Well, Nate, if you're out there and I'm out there and you're crashing and then I'm crashing, I guess it's a matter of which one of us is keener to first move that broom out just an extra inch or two and say, hey, we're getting tired of wrecking. They were wrecking in the first end on sheet A quite a bit, so I think they've since moved their brooms out. And
I
it was
missed-
it was both teams.
I missed what happened on sheet A, but it looks the same. So either Ryan came a bit short or a little heavy.
I can't see because
But he's
our friends
he's
on
still
sheet
line
B are
two
in the
though.
way.
So
The sheet B shot that's coming in from Team Rock, it just was a little hot. So it looks like Daniel Villagomez and company are still sitting
this
shot
looks hot.
stone.
On, this looks hot on sheet A.
I think so. It's probably going through or deep. If it might click.
Oh wow!
No, slowed up nicely, Nate.
Again, there's the kick.
Okay. Tough to see from here, but so here comes Robert Quam. His
It's okay,
final
he's on
rock. We're gonna leave it. Yeah,
we're-
Alfie.
We're on our feature sheet.
Our brother Alpheus Winters joined us. Yeah, Alf, we're leaving the near sea now, so these last two rocks
There's that kick again.
can be seen coming in. And Johnny just got in the way. I kind of see it coming in. There it goes. And is he on the pin? He's on the button for shot rock.
back button.
And he lets out a big breath of air.
If he
Eric
bumps
Sebastian looks
If
pleased.
she bumps it, she might get two.
It's one though, right? Safe to say?
Yeah, it's safely one red right now.
Okay. And folks back home, we'll switch this near sea camera view after Saray's hammer shot. She's obviously looking to follow that thing down. I just don't know, Nate, if she could bump that red anywhere where she will get the two. Because it's going to go back about 2-3 inches and jam on that other yellow. So who really knows, right? Hey, Joan. They're
Long Island.
saying Long Island, but I know of at least two of them that play at Ardsley, Alf.
I think it might be a combination, but I know.
Yeah, and some of them have dual
Yeah.
full-fledged membership. They belong to both. A lot of them actually do.
There's a strong Long Island crew that curl at Rogers.
I want to see it at minimum. Johnny and Liz belong to both.
Yep,
Could be mistaken. And look at now, Rob Kwan's in my way.
possibly.
And Rob
This looks
Kwan's,
narrow.
I'm gonna jump back into your lap,
And
Nate,
light.
because
Yep, narrow and
they
light.
pulled up. So they're indicating they think it's one red, and yeah.
One red.
So we got a steal after 2-0 Team Kwan over Team Politano.
He's
Amy Schneider's in the house. What up?
Amy's moved on to the fuzzy duck.
We've got some big time angles they're looking at on sheet B. Nate, what are we doing
Sheet
here?
A.
Are we? No, I'm looking at sheet B. Are they looking
Sheet
at
A,
a long rise?
Ryan's trying to do a run back.
Can't tell with all these guys sitting on the. There's 4 of them. See them all lined up.
Come on.
But
Come
yeah,
on. Come on.
Ooh.
Come on.
Oh,
Oh,
he steered
great
through.
effort.
He steered through. That was last rock, I trust.
Yeah, that was a great effort.
So we're looking at same result on sheet A, a steal of 1
He
with
just hit it a little bit too thick.
Team Gallegos up 2-0 after 2.
That was a great effort by Ryan there. I mean, that's
Emily Winters out with her first of the third end, calling for a center line guard.
oh, changed the view.
We don't see. Sorry, Ashley.
Sorry, we're coming-
apparently
we're-
on about a 30 to 35 second delay tonight with the cast, so we're trying to stay up on it. You will see yours flip in about 7 seconds.
Sorry, I
We don't
realized
see
that
the
Mike
effort.
had the C on, and we had a nice shot on A.
That was a nice
So
shot.
Ryan tried to run back and just hit it
See, it
thick.
still won't switch. Look at that.
So
All right,
Ryan's,
for now, you're gonna have
Ryan's 2-0 down. He still has the hammer if he scores two.
And
two.
as a matter of fact, we got Joan Winter here too. Nobody, yeah, because Emily's last shot just came, and now she's back in the hack again. Okay, and there it goes.
Yeah.
Sorry for that, folks. It's more like a 45, 50 second delay. So we'll switch cameras just when it's really coming down to it.
That looks a nice solid throw. Yeah, take out in the L.
On sheet B.
Over curling.
Sure is, isn't it? But they got it. They're holding it really nice. And
Our
that's
sheets
fine.
are really curling tonight.
Sure are.
Our sheets are really curling tonight. Which is good conditions to have.
We assume Long Island is putting up a corner guard. And I further assume I am all right in pronouncing Frank Baccuccio. I thought I've heard it said that way, Baccuccio. Eric Sebastian into the hack for his last stone. Sorry, Eric's first. Roberts just checking in on a center line guard. Looks like the identical request on sheet B for red, center line guard. And it very may well be a center line guard call on sheet A for Kristen Holm. Although no, they're a stone ahead. So they're bringing Kristen into the rings on sheet A. We've got Siri Parsons and Jake Ness sweeping. Didn't cut quite enough. Crashed into one of those corner guards of Ardsley's. It is hanging around in the outside the ring.
Yeah, it's outside the rings, I think.
What do we got? Just one yellow stone on, biting the 8 foot on the far side. Saray has asked Liz Harmon to come around that
Oh,
corner
she has.
guard, and wow,
Wow.
fantastic
But
shot.
the funny thing
Liz.
there, though, is Liz thought she was crashing. She looked
Yeah,
away.
she had that language, right?
She had that.
And then she had the breath. That is a testament to the swing, huh, Nate? As you were saying, they almost wrecked on that guard,
And it overcurled.
and yet it overcurled. So, and that's a high guard, so that thing curled a lot more, a full 2 more stones after. It peaked right out the other side.
Yeah, to be fully,
Robert's still going to ignore it.
to be fully buried if you're actually, well, second shot. Red still live first shot.
You know, though, being that it's back 12 and it's on the far outside, to get that thing, you're coming pretty far outside. That's,
Yeah.
I don't want to say buried, but it's tucked away. Let's put right.
Roberts
safe
just,
to
Roberts
say.
just going back down the center.
Yeah, Roberts just going to come down the center. Maybe at this juncture he'll bite the 12. Doesn't have to be in. Great point, Alpheus, because I see it from where I'm seated. It's already cutting.
It's going to
It's
maybe
got a
overcurl.
nice subtle finish. It just seems a little hot. And maybe that's why it didn't curl a whole heck. But, yeah, we like that if we're Team Red. It's
So we're down to it, back 8.
Yeah, and it's locked on to what's still the number 1 stone, and we've got a 2-stone lead. Long Island's still got their 2 nice corners in play, so they've got that to benefit, and they're looking to do with Liz Harmon's second, the same exact thing. I imagine minus swinging out the back end, but yeah, they could start to amass.
This looks close again. I mean, this is going to.
This one will get by with more clearance, but it might be hot too.
But that's okay if it comes down to it.
It's a back house game this end. Speeds
Wow.
up, and the teams haven't quite adjusted, but sure, we're looking at
What was it, Eric?
yellow is 2-4, red is 1-3. Robert's also asking Kathy Morley take her first stone right down to that yellow pile, so that'll just eliminate the notion that anything yellow could be of any significance. And he's also taken away their approach to tuck one in there
Yeah.
too. So he's well on his way to forcing the one. While still given his own rink options. The whole center's still open. He's got Eric with some directional. Emily's now joined in as they finish this thing off. Looks really, really good. And sure, Kathy came down and locked on to the back one. I would say for now it might be a little bit beyond that first yellow, but that's fine because at minimum red is still 1-2-4. We got Mr. Sean Hogan coming out with his final stone on sheet B. Presumably some nice guard weight. Daniel's got a couple locked in pretty well. Laura and Chloe, no relation. Bennett and Bennett are brushing this thing. Oh, wow, nice sweeping. They brushed that thing just beyond the guard, and I think they tucked in another counter. Let's see on our delay.
Yeah.
What have you got there, Nate? Is that
You're
now
line 2.
line 2 pretty well covered, right?
Yeah.
And even though that nice rock they just finished in there is poked out, which team Ruck, as they call them, I guess. His jersey says Ruck. Team Ruck's gonna try to pick it, although it's got a potential for a jam there, so we have to be careful how we finesse this shot. And here comes Johnny D, as he's called. He's got that cool T-shirt. And we're about to find out what his shirt really says. What's your handle? And that's an old driver, so
Mr. Buttermaker here. What do you say, Michael?
Buttermaker. I tell you, got my curveball breaking 5 feet there, Buttermaker. How you been, brother? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you here. Good to be in the
So
control,
wait, is-
the control
is-
booth
is-
high above the sheet C of the Nutmeg Curling
Is
Club of
Abby
Bridgeport,
here too?
Connecticut.
Is the
no,
whole Winter Clan
No,
here?
the whole
Okay.
Winter Clan's not here. Just she'll be here
We
Sunday,
have the lovely Joan Winter.
Joan, Emily taking the lead on the ice with Eric and Kathy.
And as they say, Amy, they say, you know, this is my wife, my better half. For Alf, that's his better full.
That's right.
Joan carries all the grace.
I got nothing to say about
my
that.
old buddy Joan.
Uh-oh, she turned it over.
Who's she?
Kathy flipped it over.
I couldn't see because you had a little bit better of a vantage point,
Yeah,
Alf,
well,
but
watch.
it's
Let's-
digging.
She is on that guard.
And that's okay because I think they get it all the way out of the way, and
They might actually widen the guard
they might
zone a
nick
little.
it in a little, and that's not horrible.
No, that's not horrible. Actually, they can,
While Siri Parsons is coming out
yes, she
with
is.
some real good hit weight. So, I see why. There's a couple of yellow stones on the top,
And they're
and they're
sweeping.
frozen on. So they're
Jake is
looking to
sweeping.
remove. Some sweepers from Sheet B got in the way. They're both gone. Yeah, Alfie, they just got all those yellow rocks out of the house from Team Gallegos, so that's a job well done, Siri Parsons.
It's going to be quite a match, Ryan, against Mr. Gallegos. All right, so,
Could be, right?
uh-oh, there's a takeout
There we
attempt
go
on
again, Alf.
C with a bashed guards.
Nice little fancy footwork, Frank, to watch out. But yeah, they clipped.
If I switch views, how soon do we get a?
It's gonna be. See, you just did it on
Yeah,
ours.
It takes
It's
a
gonna
minute.
take like 40 seconds.
That's not good.
Not great. Well, it's a Friday night.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a big YouTube night. I don't know. But we
Big-
cast via YouTube and our fancy software. Can't control the servers. But yeah, and
I'll just put it back. You'll never.
thanks,
You'll,
Ash.
nev-
That's
you'll
sweet.
never notice.
Hey,
Ashley.
We don't see the effort. It's okay. Felt that shot was nice through the commentary. Job well done. Yeah. So if we apologetically blind you, we'll at least keep our yappers yapping. Hopefully, to give you real time what's going on. We think we're on about a probably 40-second delay to what you're seeing from when we see it.
Mr. Kwan stepping into the hack.
But-
I scored his game this afternoon, and he threw a lot of very high-scoring shots and some with great degree of difficulty. But first,
and
Mr. Gallegos.
Robbie Kwan's first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's check out Matt Gallegos.
All right, and Rock's coming in. He's throwing yellow.
They're sweeping it.
Yellow's sitting one currently.
Slow approach. Is this his final rock? No, it's his first. Jeez, this is the theme of the night, Alf. Over
He,
curled.
he hogged it. Oh,
No, they got over.
well, barely.
but they didn't
All right,
block.
Robert looking now. Let's go
They
back to
didn't block
C.
the shot path. So
Let's
yeah.
go back to C.
Does
Robert's
your daughter
gonna.
know your hair, by the way?
Yeah, she does.
Or is she doing that cool thing like
She's- oh,
pretend
yes.
I know my dad's
Too
not
cool
here?
to see my dad. Yeah.
Well, can't say I blame her.
I wouldn't either. All right, Robert's going to try and draw it in around guards and sit on those yellows in the back of the house. Kathy's crouched down. Rock's coming in. Sweepers are on it.
Eric,
It's a little late. It's a
I
guard.
see a bunch of tattoos moving around.
Yes,
so
there
they
are.
sweeping.
It's a guard and a good one.
All right, so we're down to first stone for Saray. She
And she's
abruptly
hammer.
made the shot, knew what she was figuring.
Interesting, he didn't go into the house with
There's
that.
a big old smile coming down. Seems to like the scenario they face. Making a little communication to her
Ryan.
mates.
All right, Ryan's in the hack over on A with his.
We got
I've
Mr.
lost count
Ryan
of how many
Heide.
rocks.
He's got the little
His first-
glasses. He
his-
keeps fixing his glasses.
His first with hammer. Got the intern lined up.
All three are okay. I thought they were all about
Almost
to come
have
out
three
at the same
come out
time,
simultaneous.
So
One,
here comes
two,
Saray,
and there
goes
Daniel.
Ryan. There goes Daniel. Saray's shot's gonna.
It's curling. It's curling. It's right on the nose. Boom.
It's gonna roll a little.
Very little.
It rolled about a
Ooh,
stone and
Robert
a half.
can-
That's a decent
that's-
spot.
Oh, that's an easy
So
hit.
now sheet A, Ryan clipped on his approach, and sheet B is still moving. It's
Let's
finishing, but it's going more
see.
toward
Can
the
we
rear
get
of the house.
far C? I want to. Not that.
We can get far C. Yep.
Yeah, but it'll be too late.
If you take cameras. No, it won't, because they're going to talk about it. So why don't we?
Well, I tell you what I see on far C is there's definitely a chance of a hit and a rollover onto
Yep.
the other yellow.
Why don't we keep that one, brother?
They're talking about it.
It's
and
going
we
to be
got
a
two
while.
shots.
It's
Yeah,
going to be a while.
we'll get there. Hopefully we'll see it because my laptop is what everyone else at home is also
Very
seeing,
good.
assuming we're all on the similar servers.
All right, we're gonna save
Eric
that one.
Sebastian with a healthy bead of sweat over his face there.
Sucking the water, we
Yep.
think. We know it's water. All right, Robert.
Still hasn't switched.
Yeah, I
by the
know.
way.
Well, we're gonna.
Oh, did you switch back?
Well, we can switch back just so it shows. We got 2 rocks simultaneously, and Robert waiting to go. I don't want to give it away. Gallego coming off the board and into the house.
Gallego shots a
In
go.
the house.
Yeah.
In the 4-foot.
It's a go.
Off the board. All right, here comes Robert. We're going
I
to
don't
switch
know
camera
if
view.
It's past tee. It looks past tee, Alfie. So yeah. Okay, we just swapped. So now,
Yeah.
swapped
I
back.
put it back on single view for Roberts. He's by the guard.
Yeah, you could hit it now because by the time they come up for their shot, it's not going to switch in between. Okay, so
All right, he hit it on the nose, and Red sitting 1 and 2, so that's good.
did you take back Farsi? Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna go.
Cool.
Yeah, they got to look
By
at
the
it.
time Saray's hammer comes in, it'll.
So
switch.
it's Robert sitting 1-2 without hammer, everything behind the tee line. I don't see a double there. It's possibly one.
But is it necessary? We're third end, right?
I think a hit and stick for 1 is about the best money you
Well-
can buy.
Let's think about that.
Oh, first off, Robert Hines throwing hammer.
No, you got to try the double, Alf.
You got to try the double. All
Because
right.
if you hit it just to the favor of sheet B side, maybe it'll
All right. Ryan
it'll
Hyde
nick it on the side.
throwing.
She's got to try it.
Jake Ness sweeping. Oh, they're off.
What does your pro miss, right, Alf? You try to get it.
Ryan hit the guard and gave up
He
a steal of
crashed.
2. Crash.
So we're looking at a
Crash, boom,
four,
bang.
4 love after 3.
4 love after
Team
3.
Ardsley. And by the way, Saray,
All right,
if she knows us, she's fine.
shall I put it on that? It's the
I
only
thought
shot. It's the only shot going,
You
so we'll
already
do
had
it. Which way is it turning?
It is.
It is. It's
gonna be fine.
There is possible of a
It's gonna be
double.
fine.
She stuck it.
I think she got it.
Oh, no burn. No burn.
No burn. She got it.
She got the single and yellow 1.
No burn.
No burn.
Not from here,
Not
at
from
least.
here.
I don't think
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
she fell behind
Yeah.
It moved on beyond her. One of our sweepers took a
Took a
little.
tumble on
I
save.
call it a deck check.
No burn.
She did the Eric.
No
the,
burn.
slip
No burn.
Sebastian.
Safe.
She did the slip Sebastian.
All right, so
Not to be confused with tip Sebastian. Slip Sebastian's when he falls on the curling ice.
like Slip Mahoney.
Tip Sebastian's when he swamps his kayak.
There's laughter all over the ice now.
Eric and his dad had a bad day on Milford Beach. They swamped, and it could get hairy there. I've been in them, but yeah, he said they got marooned and had to do
Hey,
the walk back.
it would appear that. Oh yeah, they got hammer still, of course,
Yes.
on A. All right, so we got a score of 2-1
Oh
after
no,
3.
we caught Liz tanking on the camera.
Oh, good, we got it.
Yeah. Oh, so now anybody
Recorded
can
for
actually go and look.
posterity.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they would have said something.
Oh, and here's a guard that may hog.
She didn't hit the stone though. I
No,
think her broom
look-
kind of went
Yeah, she went behind it.
away from everything, so they're fine. Not such the case, but again, no need to panic. You definitely want to tighten up your straps and
There've been a lot of falls here
maybe
today.
refocus over on sheet A because it's all
Well,
in
we're
the
on.
early go. It's not working out for Team Nutmeg.
No. Team Gallego is a perennial powerhouse here at the
Sure,
Golden Handle.
and they came out of the gate running smooth.
Yeah.
They're firing on all cylinders. Look at even Matt's out there helping them sweep that onto the ring, and they're already. Wouldn't you
right.
know, their first 2 rocks They got a
Guard
4
and
foot,
a
now
biting
they got
guard
a biting
and a
guard.
and
so-
Emily put a corner guard that's really in the corner.
And Ryan doesn't want to hit that.
And look at
or
this.
does he?
It's the
Yes,
rare
he does.
it's the rare 4-weight guard.
Sure.
You don't see those too often.
Well, on this ice, it's been really taking off,
Been
especially
taking
to the
off.
outside. So we may see more and more of them.
Or 4-weight guards.
I like to call those the mixed doubles guards because I love when you're playing mixed doubles, keeping those puppies over, especially on the power play. That's a good spot to really hide some hard rocks to get at.
Ah,
And it is still, by definition, a corner guard.
it is a corner guard.
Without
And
a
with the
doubt.
ice curling as it is,
Yeah.
that could be
You
buried
can lob-
behind it.
You can lob
Uh-oh.
3 rocks in there safely behind it. That's a corner guard.
Ooh, look at that's a tight guard. Now that is tight.
So, sheet A, they did get the shot rock. I think that was Kristen
Wow.
Holm.
Kristen,
Dan Ruck, I think it's Dan Ruck.
right,
Daniel,
Emily.
Dave, sorry. Dave was in the way, but obviously by looking,
it's red.
Kristen
It's red in the house.
must have thrown a down hit,
Wow,
removed
we're-
the shot, and left her.
We're throwing a takeout here, so we're assuming that rock is in. Watch this.
Well-
It's going to go right behind the guard, too.
We can, ooh.
Look at this.
Emily Winter?
Where? Whoa. Oh, bad luck.
No, what do you mean?
It's
Bad
it
luck.
spun out. It could have been really buried.
I kind of like it there because
Oh,
it's
that would've-
almost.
It would have been
It's
nice if it were a little
almost-
more buried,
It's,
but
look at it's doing exactly that. It's teasing the other
Sit-
skip.
oh, it's a
Do I
teaser.
want to hit that? That's probably best to sit on.
yeah.
For those that don't know out there, the young lady that just made that spectacular hit for nutmeg was Alf's own very own daughter, Emily. Kudos, Emily. We give give you a kubi for that.
Kubi.
Kubi. Ashley V, you and Andy, did you go out to dinner? Did you get takeout? What's everyone doing? We having cold drinks? We having warm drinks? Anybody got a nice cigar going?
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. What's everyone doing out there in curling world? We got some people rocking it down here at the lounge. Mikey Henneberry's on the bar. We got a pretty full house, yeah. Tables are all
pretty
full.
full
Most
house.
of the
Windows
chairs behind the
are-
glass.
Got a few seats at the ice level if you want. Katya's in the house. Katya. Smiling as always.
Always.
Look at this one. Eric's dropping one in behind the guard.
Well,
Or is it hot? Is it hot?
I can't see because the
It's hot.
athletes are in my way.
No, it's going to stick
Oh,
around.
okay.
It's deep, but it's in still.
Back 8.
Oh, back 12, back 8.
That works. That works. Is it number 1, though?
Number 2 and 3,
Maybe.
I'd say. I'd say 2
Maybe.
and 3.
We can actually, as this then develops, we do have the ability to take near C.
We can.
You want to take it now?
No.
Maybe after Liz's rock?
No, we'll just
How does
keep
it
that
look
one
on
in the private.
how's it
Yellow
look
1,
on,
red 2 and 3.
6? How's it look on the 6 rings, though?
Little tip for all of you
I
viewers
guess that
out there:
works.
put it on full screen, and you get a much better view with the 6-house view.
Thank you. And you know what? That's
Full screen.
always the case.
Oh, what's this?
And
Off
you-
the
and
guard
you don't-
and through.
You don't breach much. You don't breach much on the.
All right, Robert. Is it time to
Excellent
hit that
season.
one? Is it time to take it? You got hammer now. Looks
What are
like
we on?
it's
We're on Eric's last.
yeah. Looks like it's hitting time.
Not the bad time to take it.
You want to roll it wide or peel the guard in the center.
Oh, you know what?
I think you want to get rid of
What, the shooter?
the shot rock.
Oh yeah, but the shooter?
No,
toss it.
oh no, you want to stick around. You want to
Yeah.
leave it right there.
I like it there.
Right
Even
there.
to roll it over one toward the center, but you don't need
They-
to get near the 4 foot anytime.
Yeah,
soon.
they better sweep though. It's gonna curl.
Ooh.
Oh, he's got the weight on it. Oh, it's coming to the. It's gonna come back to the middle.
Well, Robert's
It's
in
gonna
front
hit.
of it.
It's
from
gonna
where I
hit.
remember
It's
it
gonna
being.
hit.
They got it.
Oh, it's not gonna hit. Whoa, a flash.
Eric's a little disappointed.
minute.
I'm not sure if he. Not sure if the broom was adhered. Judging by the body language, could have been slightly narrow. But yeah, they're cutting hard. Combine that with a little bit down weight. I thought it was thrown well as far as the the handle release and the weight. Maybe they just didn't take enough ice, or the ice that was taken, didn't, as we say, come out to meet the broom. So Johnny Lasardi, as a result, is now, Surrey's taking him over to the other side of the house.
And a nice roll behind guard.
Very softly popped out the number 3 stone and rolled exceptionally under that cover, maybe 2-3 inches outside.
Well, Michael,
the
how do you
4 foot.
throw a great second rock?
How do you throw a great second
A
rock?
great second rock. You mess up your first one.
Well, yeah, that's I was going to say. If it's a riddle,
It's a riddle.
nowhere to go but up.
And where to go with up. So we want to hit and roll in. Or we could even hit.
What's Sean Hogan sporting tonight? A hockey sweater?
A Ranger sweater, possibly?
Almost looks like a Ranger sweater, but I
Oh,
didn't
they're
notice.
sweeping hard over on C. Sweeping hard.
And once again, Roberts.
They're
he's
holding
in
it.
such
They're
good
holding
position,
it.
I can't
They're
see
holding
where
it.
the rock
It's
is.
gonna move.
We enjoyed spirited
And it's
competition.
gonna
in
move
Toronto.
right
Oh,
out.
Cool.
Right out. It's hanging around.
Ash says those guys went out throwing some darts. Nice.
How do I mute my headset here, I wonder?
Are you taking a breather? I could just unplug you because they don't have the.
Eau Claire, Wisconsin, or Minneapolis. Thank you.
Yeah, Elf. I don't think these actually have an on-off. We either just
got-
kill the
kill the-
volume or pull the lead.
Just pull the plug.
Yeah, we got to get a better look at Sean Hogan's sweater.
Yes, yes.
Could be a
good
hockey
look at
sweater.
Hogan's sweater. All right, yellow sitting 1, red 2 and 3. The 1 is pretty well behind guard.
So what's the assignment for Siri
Uh-oh.
Parsons? We're
Meanwhile,
coming around.
Ryan, look at what Ryan's got. He's got a stack of rocks, but they're behind the tee line.
That's okay. This one isn't.
This one's not behind the
Siri
tee line.
Parsons just laid up on
Right
nice one.
behind guard,
Oh,
right on the
wow.
top of the button.
Kubi. Siri
Kubi-
Parsons gets the
Kubi for
latest
Siri.
Kubi. Top button.
Uh-oh,
buried.
this could be a disaster on C. Disaster.
Not
Yes, it is.
necessarily.
Opened it right up. Oh, dear.
Yeah, but you got to be very careful how you steer through here, Alf.
Yeah, there's a jam possibility.
Maybe a peel. Maybe hit it so thin.
Maybe peel.
Maybe peel. Yep.
No, he's going for the hit.
He's got to be real
He's-
cautious.
He's
I
not
mean,
done yet.
If you jam on this one on the 12-foot, okay.
You jam
If
on the
you
back
jam on
one.
the 8, not great, but still, you got rid of it. If you hit it thin and, like he pointed,
Yeah.
maybe roll it
Yeah.
with
yeah,
down weight,
yeah.
roll the shooter to the back 8,
Yeah.
steer that
Yeah.
out. Maybe it nicks one of the others on the way through, but Kathy sure knows how to throw them.
They're sweeping.
Sweepers
oh,
are
it's,
down
no, it's
almost
narrow. It's narrow.
instantly.
Totally narrow.
Yeah, but these brushers can definitely hold it.
Double peel, though.
Sure was. And it dropped right on the center line.
But
Not horrible.
they are hammer,
Not
but not
horrible.
too bad. Not horrible. Hello, wait a second.
It did get rid of all that nice cover for that yellow stone, which is now a very lonely rock. Let's get a gander. What's going? Hey, Alf, over on sheet A,
Yeah, right. Well,
Gallegos came down. Was that his first?
that's his
Or
first.
Sharon's last?
That's his.
So just to bring everyone up to speed, Siri Parsons over on sheet A dropped a nice one undercover on the top button, which was given nutmeg. A
4.
count of 4.
But
Matt Gallegos just laid
froze
one up.
to it. Froze to it.
Literally locked right on top of the shot rock. So now the force, presumably on, reset, redo. In other words,
Unless they
Team
can-
Spartacus.
And they're so far behind guard, you can't bust them both out of there.
I wouldn't think so. And you don't have enough rocks left to do
To
it.
peel, you
so,
can't peel the guards.
This is.
He's got to try and draw the button from one side or the other.
Yeah, but you don't draw it. Do you draw it on your first or do you draw it on your last?
Yeah,
If
all
we
right.
draw it on our first, it's sit back 4, back button. We give him a chance to bring in another one.
Here comes Siri Politano. Putting a guard up on her one shot rock.
I mean, he can't run that stuff
Or is
back
she?
because he gets kicked off. Yeah, Ryan's got to just try to draw the shield.
No, I don't think she's.
I don't know where he draws the button, though, Elf.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
What happened?
She came up, Sarah came up top 12, not
Couldn't
quite
see.
guarding the rock, and Robert now has a wide open shot at the shot rock.
Yes, he does, doesn't he? I just
Yes, he
noticed.
does. And Robert has not been missing so far. I'm not going to jinx him necessarily, but he has been lights out.
Johnny's in the way, so I can't quite see the broom. Yeah, we're looking at about a stone's worth.
That's all.
Kathy just moved out another inch or two.
Stand up.
Yeah, control weight. You know,
He can kick outside a little with it.
if he hits it maybe and rolls half a stone in, I like the alignment.
Yeah,
Takes away this.
yeah.
And Robert's always going to play a safe game. He's in control of the scoreboard.
Yeah. Ryan Hyde put a guard up to protect his one that's being forced.
I actually like that
Yeah.
because those are perfectly aligned, Alf.
Yeah.
Anything right about on center.
It's death if he
Yeah.
gets knocked out.
And with the gear, with the crank,
Yep.
the number one, what would be the fourth stone, will probably
All right.
miss all that action in the back and be
Robert's
forever gone.
out of his hand here. He's looking for the outside roll. Oh man, he's a little wide.
He's got it.
It's a little wide.
He's
it's
got
a
it.
little wide.
He'll get that.
It's a little wide. He may
perfect
lose the
weight.
shooter. May lose the shooter.
That's okay.
He's only sitting one, and now he's wide open.
Well, he wanted to keep the shooter, but he's still okay.
Yeah.
Sure. I assume if they remove this,
She can take that out. She's
no
sitting
crazy
1
doubles.
and 2.
It's a force.
It's sitting 1-2. He has to draw for 1.
Yep.
Acceptable.
Sure. And then if I'm Ardsley, they seem like they're slowly starting to connect. And
All right, Mr.
The ice-
Gallego
the ice is coming
put a
to
guard
them,
up too.
so-
Ryan has a draw here, I think. He has a path to the 4-foot to get 2.
I'm sorry, Alf. Where did Gallego's guard go? It's the one that's
Yep.
highest,
Yep.
closest to sheet B.
Yep.
And Ryan's coming same side. Just needs to grab the button.
Just
though.
need to grab the 4-foot or get full 4.
Sure. I haven't watched a whole lot of that end, but I don't
All
recall.
right, here we are on C.
I don't recall a lot of rocks coming down that side, but it's a free draw. Liz Harmon's on this. It's
she's
gonna
gonna
be a-
lose it. She's gonna lose it.
Sure, and might get both. And
They
it
got
did.
them both. Whoa!
Holy cow!
Great
so there
shot.
Goes, well, there wasn't
That's
going to be a
now
blank.
that's a force.
Oh yeah, that's a force, all right.
Got to draw it, Robert. No blank here.
Yeah, and there isn't even a crazy shot for a blank because
Nope.
if he somehow ran that
Nope.
thing up, it's going to land on the rings. He's just drawing the
That
8
was
foot,
a great shot.
and he's going to come down, or maybe he's just hitting this. He's hitting it.
I guess so.
That's control hit, Broom.
That's going to be very control. All right, here comes Ryan on sheet A. It looks hot.
Yeah, sweepers are just looking down, looking back
Maybe
up,
they're admiring it.
looking
down,
over, looking at the
back.
back of the house. And again, he's not poor served. He really didn't have a great.
Oh,
Okay.
man. Oh, he used the backers. He might have it.
Ooh,
He does.
ladies and
Oh, well.
gentlemen, we got a measure here, or no?
No, well,
He
no.
took the 2.
he took the deuce.
Well, that's some really good shooting,
That's
Alf.
some good shooting indeed. All
You're
right,
doing tooting.
here comes Robert.
Anybody take
This
a,
is not lightweight he's throwing here.
Nah, and it doesn't need be, right?
Well,
Worst-
he doesn't want it. He said,
Absolute worst case scenario. You peel everything.
no,
you give
he's
a
got
steal
it.
a one. but
He nailed
you
it.
got to take
nailed
this
it. Or did he?
out.
He nailed it.
He did.
He nailed it.
Close in the end, but so that wraps up our 4th end.
All right,
our
up
feature.
3-1 after 4. Not bad.
That'll give Saray the hammer in the 5th,
All right, Emily.
down by 2. I've had many discussions with my old friend Robert over this. Now we're starting to dial in, Alf, to that, hey, I've got me the hammer in the 6th end, which means there's a good chance I could cook the books and give myself the hammer in the 8th.
Uh-oh, Ashley's giving me an LOL. All right, here goes Emily Winter with the lead rock. Fresh canvas to paint upon. I like its chances to get to the center line. It's a hottie, though. I'll bet this ice is quick.
So,
Robert sweeping it out.
They were both on that assignment together. Happy to do it. Not
All
a
right.
huge problem.
Here comes Sean. We can see what his sweater is maybe when he gets up.
I don't think it's hockey, though.
No.
It's got the hockey design, but maybe it's for something Olympics.
Pinties.
Oh, Pinties, okay.
Grand Slam.
So it's like the Pinties curling hockey sweater. Is that what you call it? Well, when you have the neck, the shoestrings,
Yes.
and you have the rings around the
Rings.
elbow,
Leaf style.
that's hockey. That's not
hockey.
even football or soccer.
No.
right?
Rugby maybe, but hockey.
Maybe rugby, but hockey owns that.
Hockey.
Hockey's owned that since the 1890s.
All right. Here comes Emily again. Easy.
Dr. Winter, I believe, right?
Dr. Emily Winter, yes.
Right on.
We got about 4 doctors in the club.
Oh, we got more than that.
Stefan,
We got a lot more than that.
Brian,
There's
Dr.
a
Walker.
ton you don't know about.
Yeah, probably plenty I don't know about.
Like Giuseppe Russo's a doctor. He's a doctor in like actuarial or something.
All right, well, here we have it. Emily has parked one not on the center line, but she's got. Yeah, that's a. Let's see. We're going to use this as just a reference.
You can do that. Bring it up into the
Yeah.
queue just by clicking it at the bottom,
I'm
brother.
trying it.
And
There
then,
it goes.
And then you don't switch.
Looks like it's not biting, but that's a conical view. Could be a biter.
At this point in the season, and we had a slight melt off,
if
I
you-
wouldn't wager either way.
If you
It's
recall,
close.
back in September, you and I were clamoring. You were clamoring up in the ceiling, setting these cameras.
Yep. And you know what? In September, I would have said, I mean, you can see a little daylight, but that still
Yeah.
doesn't suggest.
You know, we have an
I
advantage
think
here.
that's biting.
We have an advantage here with a high ceiling. You get clubs with a low ceiling, then you get a real parallax view. All right, we're going to have Eric, Sebastian. Jen and baby Sebastian were here earlier.
I saw that, but I missed them.
Oh, they were hilarious. That baby was. She saw her dad. She was squealing. Just delighted to see her pop.
She must have been here before, though, right?
20 months old, birthday
She
in
saw
May.
him through the glass?
Yeah,
Okay.
through the glass. Yeah.
Did he come inside or
No, not
only
until the
later?
game. Not till the game was over.
So, anywho's, I'm trying to get a gander on sheet A. It looks like,
Well, they got a
although
deuce.
Team Heidi is well tucked in, there's a couple Gallegos rocks in the peripheral 12-foot top of the house.
They picked up a deuce and they're going for a peel
Although, yeah, they're running this back now.
or a run
Free
back.
guards are over. Let's see if they get the double. Chloe Bennett is just delivering on sheet B.
And
what's a
got the double.
Fresh sheet of ice there. Did
Got
they?
the double. Yep.
Once again, I had an athlete in the way.
The run back double was successful. Well, that Chloe Bennett on B.
Yeah,
That's great.
you're right, Alf.
That's
I
great to
just-
see her.
I just now noticed the shot rock's there.
Yeah.
All the red's gone. Ryan's looking to double out the two Gallegos rocks in the
And
outer.
who's? This is
12-foot.
Jake Ness. He's the one who can do this.
He sure could.
Got that Manitoba tuck.
Yep. And he's got that normal with maybe a touchdown. Enough to certainly move two rocks off the top 12.
And he'd love to roll closer to the
Just
middle.
don't know
if he
where it
could.
hits them. Is it hit them on?
Right on the
stays
nose.
on the rings.
Stuck him on the nose.
First one's gone. Second one
They're gone.
Well done, Jake.
Well done.
Kubi. Get your Kubi on that.
Get to Kubi. Well, would you look what we have on C? Eric is looking at a rock on the top of the button, behind guard,
Biting the button.
and I
maybe
wonder
even biting the 12.
is he calling a guard or is he charging right in?
Nah, he's going to go. Robert's going to bring this in if I
Robert.
play with Robert enough. He's bringing this in. He's up 2 without. Yeah, you bring that in.
Bring it in.
Sure.
There's no yellows in the house.
Especially because
and
he
he's got
stands to. He doesn't want to give a blank.
no.
That's like one
Oh,
the
that's hot.
side deal that I don't want to give the prefer.
Yeah, he's got the
preferred-
even. He's got the even end
Yeah,
hammers right
and
now. Oh,
by,
and that's
by bringing a third rock in, even if this top one isn't, at some point something nicks it and puts it in.
that's a
this
pretty-
just reduces the.
Yeah.
And there's no double, right?
no, that could be.
Could be, but
Pretty-
if you don't give a cinch double, it just reduces the overall
Yep.
odds
Of a
that
blank. Yep.
I will get blanked
Yep.
upon.
Yep.
And yeah, you don't necessarily. You're up
Oh,
two.
we have the
but
lovely Mrs. Alf, Joan Winder, behind me here, watching the festivities, cheering on her daughter as she has
Hey,
for
wait a
almost
second.
20 years.
So Chloe's a doctor.
Oh,
The second Dr. Bennett. Laura Bennett's a doctor too.
Laura, that's right.
That I was.
That's right. It's
And
psychologist
Chloe's a
Bennett.
doctor.
Dulski. Stephen Dulski.
Yes, he is.
We got a lot of doctors
He
here.
could
A lot of-
prescribe.
yeah.
So.
Oh, that got
so
that.
the
that-
Bennetts, Laura, and Chloe are all. Yeah, it looks
Well-
like Ashley's saying shout out to Laura and Chloe.
It says. Thank you, Ashley. Keeping us up to date on all
Ashley,
the facts.
I'm going out there right now. Dang nabbit.
Out to the ice?
Yep. I'm going to say hello after this end.
Good. You're going to give me a Diet Coke, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, here.
Buttermaker.
Hey, you're not
Give me-
buying.
I want my $2.
No, hey,
Oh, okay.
treat yourself to something fun.
All right, what do you got? A little pig on there? Is that Petunia?
That's Petunia.
You ever meet her?
No, I ain't met her yet. She's my neighbor, too. I should be.
Yeah, she's a big kid, man.
I'll bet. Loves her groceries.
Yeah. She's a garbage disposal. Our friend Alistair has what used to be a
Baby pig.
baby Julienne potbelly that aren't supposed to get too big, but this pig's got to be 350 by now, maybe more.
Now they got four in.
Healthy swine. Sure, and why not, brother? Right?
Sometimes the best guard is
Is another counter.
another counter.
Robert Kwan has been known to say that so many times. So, what do we got for Siri Parsons, Alf?
Well,
She's
let's have a
out
look here.
About T-line
she's
draw?
letting it go.
That's draw weight.
Yeah, there's a yellow behind the T line. Or else
We don't have any
I'll get the scoreboard.
dedicated cameras on A,
No,
unfortunately.
but
so-
we got that.
Yeah,
it's-
scoreboard makes it a little.
Oh, it's
Easier.
it's a little hot. It's over the T line and out the back. So
Yeah.
yellow's still sitting one.
Matt Gallegos isn't going to sleep on that.
No,
if it can
no.
be dragged out, he'll drag it.
All right, Kathy Morley. Oh, they knocked one. Oh no, they didn't knock one. They missed one.
Holy cow.
This could be
You're
a
right.
big red end. I think now's the time for a guard. Yep.
Sure, because he's got the
It could even be a
he's got the
biting guard.
zigzag, and now you get to that threshold point where
Yeah.
the more we keep lobbing in, the more opportunities we give them, maybe somewhere to sit down. But yeah,
You want to hide him.
and the pro side miss is not. It's not a disaster if you bring the thing to
You
the
bring it in, yeah.
half into the 12.
That's not going in.
No, but it's cutting real hard.
Cutting
is what
hard.
It is
They
doing,
got to
Alf.
sweep and then let it go. I think they want to start dropping it now.
And
That'll
they
be-
must have heard your
oh.
cue because that's great.
They
stuff.
heard me.
Sure.
They heard me for once.
And I'm sure Robert kept them honest on that. That's a good spot.
That's not bad. They can't. That
It takes
closes
a-
one side. Closes one
Closes on
side
the
up entirely.
Agree. Yeah, so we're
They got to play the top 12 rock.
so what do we got shaking? Johnny D in the hack.
Johnny D.
A lot of guards out front on sheet B.
Yeah. Yellow.
Sheet A, we got Ryan, aka Spartacus Heidi. He's concocting something up over there.
All right. The rock's away on C. Let's see what they do. Can they do some damage? Oh, there's one through the house on B.
I missed that. Focusing
Nosed
on
it. They got a double on. All right. They got a double on
Okay.
and left a rock very.
They left a guard.
Yeah, no,
Is that
they,
number 2?
that's the only other one in, but it's very.
They're number
I
2.
think he's guarding it. He's not going to take it out. Interesting.
I like that.
I'd like taking it out.
Taking it out opens the notion that we do that word we don't like to do or say. Peanut butter and
Flash.
jelly.
Jelly. Oh, that.
Why jam hair, Ralph? Right?
Yeah, I got you.
Play the scoreboard.
That's the scoreboard. Yeah.
Play the possession arrow. Right? Play the possession arrow. Why do we have to? We don't have to do anything to knock their blocks off right here.
Hey, wait a second. Over on A, we had a little change of scenery here. Let me switch back to a different view. We'll get it. Where's the now there?
Scoreboard. That one. Yep.
Red, sitting 1-2.
I don't
No,
see the
one.
second.
There's a
I don't
rock
see
hiding
the
behind
second.
it.
There's a rock
one.
behind.
Red sitting one.
Yep.
Mr. Gallegos. Prepping. Launching.
Katie Daly's down there to see Matt Gallegos rock come in.
And Robert looking in the hack.
He's got control hit. Wait, little up.
Yeah, a little up. Only one sweeper. Interesting.
They're trying to pluck it out of there, aren't they?
And I don't
And they did.
think this they did.
They did.
Yes, they did.
Very well done, Team Gallegos.
Not only that, but a hit here might not.
That really starts to put some pressure on the Team Heidi because we are getting on into the match.
And they are not. And Heidi is not hammer.
What's Ashley saying? Put it on my card. Yeah, Ashley, I've got credit. I got a $40 chip.
Card burning a hole
Minus
in your
10
pocket.
bucks.
Burning a hole in your pocket.
And it's Friday
right.
too, and I haven't had a drink all day, so I'm gonna.
Help
We
yourself
have
to one.
graveyard on the bar.
Yep,
I'm gonna have
take your head-
graveyard. Get me a
Take your headset off.
Russian water.
Maybe Mr. Tully will help us out.
Tully. Where's Tully?
It's right here.
Is he? Where?
Oh, Mrs. Joan.
I don't see Tully's in the house.
Yeah, Mr. Tully's right there. Gray shirt. You're looking right at him. Talk to Joan.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Talk to Joan.
I
She's right
see.
behind you.
I see. No, I could get up because I'm going to go out and have a camel anyways.
Oh.
By the time I get back, these matches will really heat up.
Well, Robert guarded it for sure. He almost locked onto it.
See, now that I see that
Oh no!
card,
No,
I,
he put
I
the nice.
like,
He put a nice guard on it.
I like it that much more, Alf. Now
It's
that
a-
I see it,
It's a
We're-
real nice guard.
We're right behind it, straight
Yeah.
down, 150 feet.
Yeah.
I am just about seated on the center. of
You
sheet
cannot
C.
see a darn thing. And it's about.
yeah.
they're about 4
Saray's
feet
got
apart.
one much harder mission to set to task
Yep, they're about 4
than
feet
she
apart.
did a minute ago.
Yeah, she can draw still, maybe. Yeah, that's a tight target.
And yet, right, with all that, we left their rock in play
Yeah.
and are still
Yeah.
driving the force at them.
Do we have a tap? And we have a tap for later if we want to.
I totally dig what they did there.
Well, he threw it perfectly. That's the thing. That's the guard he just put up right there in front of the yellow.
Oh, I love
So there
that
is a
card.
tap. There is a possible tap at Robert with his last rock if he chooses to.
What, this?
No, not that one. No, this,
This
one.
one.
Just
Straight
straight
through.
back into the 8-foot. Nothing
Sure.
fancy. I think they're going to go try take it
Yeah,
out
you
and
know
double
what,
him.
Alf?
Run
He-
back double.
He doesn't need to. He does not need anything else on the rings right now.
No. Well, they're going for the run back double.
You know,
Yellow.
One little wiggle or wick or it floats over too much
Yeah.
or it floats too deep. He's leaving them a shot for a multiple, as in
Oh, it looks good though. Looks real good. Oh, just missed.
wow.
Nope. Nope.
That was a real nice look by Saray on the
Real
rings.
nice look. And now Robert's
Might
going
have
to.
scooted by that shot stone by about 2 inches tops, maybe an inch.
I'm wondering if he's not. I don't know why Robert might think about putting a second one in at this point. He was putting second ones in earlier, all over creation, and now he's guarding his one with a chance to give up two.
Yep.
Look at that card.
Automatic function for. I'll go up. Do you want anything?
Mrs. Jones going to take care of.
Oh, okay. Ooh,
Hey,
nice shirt,
graveyard's
Graveyard.
right
Maybe
here.
Graveyard will deliver. Nice shirt, big boy.
A Diet Coke
Mike
and
Henneberry.
What are you requesting something?
Yeah, you're having a Diet Coke,
Diet Coke.
Joan? Orange Whip, Orange Whip.
Diet Coke, Joan. Caffeine free.
Blues Brothers. 3 Orange Whips. You don't remember that? John Candy.
I'm not that close to the news.
Oh, okay.
Diet Coke for Alf.
Yeah.
Kettle on the rocks, please.
Thank you, Michael. Would you pick that up from
And
back
thank
there?
you, Elf and Joan.
Can you pick that up from Mike so he doesn't have to vacate the bar? All right, we're going for the other guard now. Pretty risky guarding one rock with one rock, but
Dig it.
This is the guy who can do it.
I dig it.
Well, that looks narrow.
Because now there's
They're switching.
light, too.
They're coming over to one side.
Now there's that many more stones to
Oh, look at that.
multiple
Perfect. Oh,
rays.
my God. Look at that. He did it again.
All he needed.
Perfect. Oh, my gosh.
It's right between those two. Well, it over
Perfect,
curled an
perfect.
inch,
No,
yeah.
there's no
What are
run.
they gonna
There's
do?
no run back now.
and they're not getting two.
There's no way you can get two.
And that's all they've got for
It
one.
would take an incredible shot to get one.
They're probably going to try to run that almost straight back.
Ashley's buying. Thanks, Ash.
No.
Put it on.
She's just quoting your
Oh.
earlier. Put it on my card.
No, we'll
'cause
put it
that's
on
what you
Ashley's
said.
car. Ashley, thank you.
Oh, no, Ash, I got your back.
All right.
Alf's trying to twist this. Ashley was quoting Alf Winter
Ah.
when Ash typed, put it on my card.
All right, we've cleared the. Oh boy, Gallego took two in the fifth end. This game's slipping away.
6-2.
Where's my Paul Simon song here?
Slipping away as a Paul
Slip
Simon?
sliding away.
That's Paul Simon?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Oh, I'll get you. I'll pull it up. We can't play it on air because it will break copyright laws left and right.
Yeah, we cannot be doing that. But we can mention, I guess, that Jeff Beck passed away.
Is that why I've seen so many things about him?
Yes, and
Quote-
you know what? I
you-
saw two random posts from two different buddies on social media that don't. Oh, thanks very much, Joe. You're too kind. That don't know or affiliate or network.
Yep,
it.
thank
and I'm
you.
like, wait a second, that's not good. If somebody just happened to put a Jeff Beck song, and then somebody else put another story about a guitar he built, but they didn't say he died, and I'm like, oh, that means Jeff Beck must have died. And he did, and I saw like, what's that?
You gotta hear it. You gotta take your headphone off.
Oh yeah, no, because
Headphone
it's
off.
gonna. That's gonna go through our mic.
Take your headphone off.
No, I know the song. I just didn't know Paul Simon did it. I always
Thank
thought it
you.
was someone
Thank you.
else.
Yep, perfect. All right, Emily Winter back in the hack. Now we're up 4-1.
Yep. And now he's just going into auto
Going
pilot.
to auto defense
Yeah,
in the house. Hopefully, calling it in the house.
I played with Robert a few times. This is exactly where he excels. We are up 3.
That's a nice looking rock by Emily. This is going to be on the center line, or very close to it.
Doesn't so much need to be
In
on
front
the
of the
center,
tee-
but
and
get
in
it
front of the
into
tee
paint.
line.
Is that my lobster friend? Oh my, no, wait, not lobster.
We're still here.
Yes, you too.
Way to go, Emily.
Yo, so Ma Brown, she was good.
Top 4.
Battery ran out on her on the phone. But the funny thing was that she's like, you handed her phone. She's like,
I'm not going to commentate.
I'm supposed to commentate, but I don't know how to do this, and I don't know anything about sports. And then she goes on to do a masterful job, because it's like,
It's like they've got hammered or soon too.
yeah, it's kind of like just, I witnessed a car accident. I'm filling out the report. Tell us what you saw, Kathy. I was laughing for like an hour.
Oh,
I'm
I loved it.
like literally right after she said, I don't know how to do this. I don't understand curling.
Am I on
Oh,
mute?
but here's Liz and Johnny sweeping, and it looks like this dude threw it, and it came in, and yeah, we're counting 2. And
Am I on mute
go.
here? I think I put yourself on mute.
no, but I'm going to step out for a camel. So you
right,
have a few
Liz,
minutes. You want
you
to
come
jump on
join
with
me?
the butter maker?
Hot dog. She can't wait. All right, we're in the 6th end here. 6th end all around. Okay. Hey, the play is consistent tonight. Mike. So there's. Oh, Emily threw another beauty. Look at this. Get a biter. Get a biter. Impossible double. Where's the volume for this one?
Everyone show me your customer. We feel like we're short card.
Okay, it's off. Good. And that's that far jack. Okay, this is your phone, right? All right, folks, we're in the sixth end here at the Curling Communication Center, Bridgeport, Connecticut. Here comes a piece of toast again. And it is going to stick around. Oh, Robert swept it out. Whew. Jeez. Uh-oh, we're gonna have self-immolation here on B. No, saved by a kiss. All right, Eric's bringing it in. A nice Christmas tree set up. Oh, look at this. A nice little Christmas tree. 4-foot, 12-foot biter. No pouting, Robert. Pay attention to the game. All right. Robert's calling on Eric to do a hit, maybe roll or roll out. Roll into the 4-foot would be nice. Here it comes. Start sweeping. Sweep. Sweep. And we get a roll. Oh, we lost it. Not a problem. Wait. All right, Eric took care of that one rock that rolled out the opposite side. Mike stepped out for a fresh air break, so I'll be holding the microphone solo for a few minutes. All right, Liz Harmon, second on the Seri team, is throwing a bullet in here and took one out. A lot of action down here at Nutmeg Curling Club tonight, Friday the 13th. What is this? What is this call here? We got a rock out in play. Oh my word, there's a rock. And it went out. Interesting. They were, yeah, bedevilments. There is a potential double here. There's also a nice jam in the left corner down there, Mike. You see that one? This rock's getting away. It's getting away. It's getting away. Oh. We're playing tape delay here, you know, to keep the language safe. But it's like a 45-second tape delay, just in case the language gets really bad. Kathy Morley, bringing it. Well, the pro miss would be to be a little light. And this one's a little light. Keep it coming, kids. Keep it coming. Right there. He wanted first he wanted it on the button, then he called the 12-foot. So he changed. That's an acceptable miss. Big weight. Boom, and just appeal. Robert's still looking at this rock way out in the wings. He's thinking about it. Some sweeping on B. All right, the sixth end is winding down. Matt Gallegos coming out on sheet A. Has a pretty much open hit. Robert Kwan coming out on C. Oh. 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 Ryan Heide replying on sheet A with his hammer. Yeah, the hit. Oh, and lost it. He could have had two, but it spilled out, and red picks up one, leaving the score at 6-3 after 6 ends. And here comes a possible double on C. Not quite. Just put another one in, Robert. That's all you need. Just put one in the house. So this is the third try to get this number 4 yellow rock off the wing. And the interesting thing is that it could ricochet off the wall and be really hard to determine where it would have ended up if he hits it as we suspect he might. Could get interesting. All right, very nicely done. And now we see it. That's good. So now Robert's sitting 2, and a good force. Leaves Siri Politano options. Can she tap that up and be shot rock? He answered yes. Can she tap it up and roll her shooter in to get 2? Time will tell. Matt Gallegos up 6-3 over Ryan Hyde on sheet A. Who's skipping on Dan Villanueva with a substantial lead of 8-0 on sheet B. And he has got 3 in the 4-foot. Okay, Siri Politano lining it up. Got the control weight coming. It might be wide. We'll see. Bad luck indeed, and it's a steal of 2 for the Robert Kwan rink. As the run back takeout just slipped by the run back, leaving 2 red for a steal. And the score is now 6-1 after 6. And Dan Villanueva now away with his rock. Second skip rock, not hammer, on sheet B. Chloe Bennett and Sean Hogan sweeping madly. Looks like a guard, and a darn good one at that. And oh, lovely, lovely. Laura Bennett, Dr. Laura Bennett, McGill University.
But you know who's cute? You know who's really cute?
All right, Emily threw one through. It wasn't on purpose, but no damage. Well, unfortunately, Siri Politano had a tap back to get one, and it just missed the rock, leaving 2 red for a steal of 2. And now Robertson command 6-1. That's curling. I didn't realize Danny Villanueva has a substantial lead here. Hold on a second. Don't forget to plug back in, Mike. It's on a 40. There's a long delay between what we say here and when it comes out. This is the broadcast. There's a big delay. It's me. Oh. All right, Emily with her second rock. How do you like this looking rock, Joe?
Pinto back here checking in.
Hey, Mr. Pinto.
Because they make us go outside to have a cigarette.
Not like the old days.
Alf remembers. Alf goes back far enough to remember when Nutmeg had ashtrays on the ice. And that's a 100% fabricated lie. My father would remember that. My dad smoked on airplanes. My dad smoked in church. I remember that, actually. They had the ashtrays in the pews, Joan, at the church I was baptized. And you know how old I am. I won't say it on the air. But my dad had a cigarette dangling out of his mouth the night I was born, Saturday night, with 12-hour-old me cuddled up in his arm right near his bosom. Literally having my first gasp of secondhand smoke.
Robert's going for he's not wasting any time here. He's taking it.
You know what this is from?
If it's yellow.
This is the score.
It's Pepsodent
when
time.
we played the Blazing Leaves with our buddies Jim,
Malner.
the guy with the eye, Jim, not Ingersoll, the guys from Charlotte.
Oh,
We took the 6-1 lead and then just started peeling everything, and it was over.
if it was sitting still, it was hit.
Yeah, and Robert's going to be merciless.
Oh, he's going to get a piece of it? Yep, he
course.
got it. He got a piece.
He'll get
oh,
enough.
Oh. No, he didn't.
Stand corrected. No kidding.
No kidding.
No kidding. I mean, I had a clear view. I would have thought that got there.
I thought it was going to breathe on it.
Therefore,
They're going to go for the red one now and get a split house.
I don't know. I might leave that rock around, but preference. There's no wrong call here. You're down 5. You
Down
definitely
by a
want to
lot.
split the house at some point, and you don't have.
And that
can't
looks
guard.
good.
So yeah, they've got a good split.
Right on the nose.
Yep.
Point.
Stay on the rings.
Yeah.
But now Robert can still trade
get
off.
rid of one.
Happy to
Just-
give him the 2.
Yep, just get rid of one at a time.
And he has 5 more opportunities to run a double. Hey, Colin. Colin, I'll ask you, man. We've been talking about this lately. Does Alexander Ovechkin get 895, and when does he do it? I say by the end of 2023-24,
It's going to have to be another full season, I agree. But I think
and then
he does
maybe
it.
into the following.
I think he does it in the following.
Uh-oh.
Okay, that's what a lot of people are saying.
Is he going to get
I
enough?
love him. I mean,
Uh-oh.
he's one of my favorite guys to watch in the NHL.
Okay, got
I
it.
hope he gets it. He deserves it.
He's a great one.
He really is. Real wholesome kid, too. Came from dirt poor. And when he first got here, and I think he's, well, not now. His mom and dad still may have like a in-law deal, but when he showed up here with all that money and that contract, he went home, whether they played home or had practice, unless they were on the road, he went home every night to cook dinner for his mom and dad, who were like really old school ethnic Russians, didn't know their way around.
That tells you something about the quality of a man.
Oh, no, dude, no doubt. No doubt. So what do you think, Alf? Ovechkin gets the record?
I guess. I always thought that the best player all around for everything that went on was, besides Gordie Howe, of course, was Jaromir.
I don't disagree.
No, he was quite.
Based on what he's doing right now, he's still playing.
yeah,
He's
in his
back in Czech
50s.
Republic.
Yeah.
He's my age.
Oh, wow.
We went to high school. We graduated high school the same year. It's
I'll
just
be.
ridiculous to even think that I'd be playing hockey for money if I were ever good enough in the first place.
And still be doing so.
Yeah, and just the fact that orthopedically his body can hold up, and his
Sweep.
concussion wise,
That's narrow. Come on, guys.
I
get
think
on it.
this one goes right by
Get
it,
on it.
Alf.
Get on it.
Let's see. We got
Get
some.
on it. No, it's gone.
We got some
It's gone.
badass brushing.
No, it's gone. Wasn't a clean release, sadly.
It was still badass brushing though.
Still badass brushing, absolutely. You got brute strength and cardio endurance.
Let's leave that to be a double made.
Which is which? Cardio endurance being the Miss Winter
Yeah, Miss Winter.
And
She'll
brute
run you-
strength. Are we going as far to commit to that?
She'll
All
run
right.
you. She'll
I'll say
run you
brute
into the
strength.
ground. You could do a my.
I know Eric's strong enough to, as are you, to hoist inflatables.
Yeah, yes, that's true. I've done that.
So is Bjorn. So is
Ricky,
Tricky Rick Sheridan.
Yeah.
All the oldest.
Uh-oh.
None of the young guys want to muscle around. It's all
Uh-oh.
the 50-plus guys.
They
He
got
did.
a biter? They got a
Eric-
biter? Got a
Eric
biter?
came to a gig.
They got a biter?
Eric came
Not-
to a gig. Alf came to a gig. Brian came to a gig.
All right, Kathy is not going to miss this twice.
What do we have here, Alf? Are we on the rings?
No, we're not. We came up short.
You sure about
Yes,
that?
I am. They were short.
I guess we'll queue up for when we may want it.
Far
C?
C. Yeah, right here.
Either way, queued helps. You said that's a no bite.
That's a no
Okay,
biter. No
I'll
bite.
agree with you.
No bite zone.
Even if the rings float, I'm seeing 2 inches of real estate of white
Kathy
paint.
is not going to miss this twice. Although I don't know. She's going to lose the shooter.
Well, they came the other way, which I
Oh,
totally
here it comes.
like.
Here it comes. Here it
We're
comes.
good. We're good.
She's not
She
going
got
to
it.
lose the shooter. And a double.
And she's locked
No,
on.
not a double, but locked on.
I like it better there. She's locked on.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
How many folks we still got out there in Curling Nation? I hope the fireplaces are, it's got a little chillier out. 16. Hello, everyone. Don't know if we have Kathy Brown.
Up in Rochester.
Yes.
By Lake Ontario?
I think Elizabeth says she is up there.
All right, we show. Oh my gosh, 11-0 on sheet B. It was 11-0,
Ooh, I just saw that too.
and that was Danny Villanueva winning. Wow.
Confidence booster.
Yes,
Hopefully you don't use up all your good shots in said victory.
and
That's enough shots
you need him tomorrow.
made to win 2 matches.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
you
is.
need some tomorrow. You're definitely going to need more and better quality
You
going
wanna-
forward.
You want to get to Sunday.
And
Oh,
they're in-
and that rock drifted through the house. Oh, bad luck.
That was bad luck.
Bad luck.
And not the time to do it, but you know what? You reset, regroup. Skip still got 2 good ones in hand.
Yeah, so does
Yeah, if
Robert.
you take 2 here,
So does Robert, though, and he's sitting 1.
you
I-
want to take 3.
I think Robert wants to get rid of that
Yes.
wayward
Oh,
yellow
yeah.
rock
That's,
in front
that's
there,
what would be the splitter.
because that's a splitter.
That's the splitter for your 3. If you take 3, you got a shot
Yeah.
to maybe steal 2, but if you take 2, stealing 3 against Robert's going to be really awful. Hill
don't-
to climb.
I don't think they're gonna.
Oh, I
take
see
more
a 2 of clubs there. Do we got ourselves a wager?
There's some money on the table
So we
here.
got 2 of clubs, that's black, so I assume that means that's a yellow.
Yeah.
This is red's red. So you need a steal of 2 by
No, 2 on hammer.
take of 2 by
Take a 2
yellow,
on hammer by yellow.
which also makes the match better. Okay. And you're also not out of the realm, well, until this one falls off, but
10 o'clock witching hour. So
as
we'd love a
always,
little
Robert
hit,
off, nice and
hit and
smooth.
roll into the house. Or just hit.
Yeah, and you know what, if you
Look, he
keep
rolled.
the
He rolled in.
shooter,
Look at
if
this.
you-
Oh, we might roll
Oh,
the
it's
way
heading
across.
to the pile, and that's fabulous. Click it.
Not a problem. Sitting 1-2.
Wow. And the
Wow.
way he's sitting, because now if you double those out, that yellow rock in the back, it's just not likely at all that it
No.
counts.
Uh,
But they still have to go over there. That's where the action's at.
yeah, they
I
got
don't
it.
know if you
They-
sit on it for now or maybe shake them a little bit.
I'd sit on it myself, but I'm not.
If you sit on it, you're not getting 3. So
No, you're not getting
Do
3.
we want 3 or do we want 2? I really want 3 here if I'm yellow skip.
If he sits on it, Robert puts it somewhere else in the house and says, "Go ahead, take 2."
Sure. But if you leave a little bit of space, there's some chance that you can still finagle those or finesse
Pick them out.
the red ones while still leaving the yellow. And that's the problem, is that to make that yellow stone what would be the 3rd scoring rock, it's going to be a real hard task. So here's Saray with her first. It's a control up,
Oh wow, and she's
maybe
coming,
about control.
and she's throwing the intern.
We got Liz Harmon. Not at all sure what
No,
just
this is
happened on sheet A.
This is gonna hit nicely, and roll
That's great.
and roll
And hang.
out, out,
It didn't hang.
went out.
That hurts. But they got rid of the 1 yellow so they can,
Got rid of 1 red, but Robert's
You know,
gonna
if
split
I'm-
the house.
if actually, I wouldn't. I would drive myself right into my own red and pop that yellow out
Pop it out.
just to make sure there's no crazy shot that gives
Yeah,
the other guys a
That's
deuce.
right.
Why not?
I think he's going to.
Yep. Why
And
not?
let them blank it if they want. They can't afford to
They
blank.
can't afford a blank. They're simply out of
Just-
time. They've got to score,
Splash it.
which means then they got to steal 4.
Splash it. Just-
Although, where's Ed? I mean, what's the likelihood of scoring 5 with versus stealing 4? You're probably scoring 5 with, but
this might be throw peel
Yeah, I
weight
don't know.
and let them all flail away.
yeah, just hammer into the.
Hammer it in. Oh, 1 yellow. Somebody. Oh,
You
and a
gotta
shake.
love Matt Gallegos, the demeanor, whatever he just did.
Well, somebody got 1 yellow, and they're very happy with that. No, he's not He's not hammering them.
Oh, they just shook.
Yeah.
So that's the match on A.
Uh-oh, they got to reach the house here.
They did shake, right, Alf?
Yes,
on
they
A?
shook. Oh, they shook.
So they took one, or maybe they took a couple more.
Uh-oh, is he going to reach? They're not going to reach the house.
That's actually fine.
Well, yes,
They
but
still have to draw for one.
they could try for two.
No way.
Yeah.
Well, even if you hit the top of that thing and they slice across, how do you get the shooter onto the
You
rings?
got to hit it very
You gotta
softly.
hit it very soft.
softly.
You just got to take your one here, I think.
And that center rock almost gets in the way of that draw.
Sorry?
That rock on the center line almost gets in the way of drawing to that to nudge the red away.
In fact, I think you're
It's
a little
almost.
short, and not almost as it did, because she's not. She's drawing the other side,
Is she?
right?
I don't know. We'll find out.
She's got to be, because the broom is to the
Oh,
inside of
he
the
just holding
center.
It. He's just holding it.
That's not enough line to grab the 8-foot going toward the pile. So I
Oh,
assume they're going toward the empty
Whoop.
empty half of the
Insert. No,
sheet.
it's an out turn. She's going to go for the pile.
Also, maybe she's just throwing like
Just
back house
weight.
hack weight.
and nudge the
Okay.
red one away. They better sweep.
Oh, I see.
They better sweep.
She's going for the deuce.
Oh yeah, going for the deuce.
All
but
right.
They better sweep.
I can't see because the
Here it comes. It's cutting hard. It's cutting hard.
oh, she got herself.
Nope.
Oh,
Oh, one
still got the one.
and one. She got the one.
okay. I see what you're saying.
Got
That was
the
the shot
one.
to take. That was the shot to take.
And they shook anyway. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Friday the 13th has come to an end.
Just dawned on me. Yes, it has. Tonight's last draw, right, Alfie?
That's it. And we got a shake with a final score of 6-2 for Robert Kwan, moving to the semifinals of the A event of the Golden Handle.
And what time is that, Alf?
I think it's tomorrow at 11.
Maybe before we sign off, we can give anyone those.
Let's have a look
I
here.
got it. I got it right here.
We got the coming attractions for tomorrow.
So we're down to the final four, eh?
Yeah. Nope. Back, go to the back. There we go. Kwan started down here. 11:30 a.m.
Sheet A.
And
And
the 11:30
11:30
the
sheet
semifinals
B.
tomorrow. And his Simia might be one of them. And hold on, quit moving them around. You're moving around. Oh, it's going to be Gallegos and Kwan.
And who's the other half? Just so we
Simia and I don't know who else. Got to go look
maybe
at the
we
scoreboard.
could check that out before we.
Before we sign off.
Where's the
Well,
master
see if you
board?
can.
Yeah, where's that master board?
Way over there.
It's over near the doorway.
Yeah, I'll go take a look.
Thanks, brother. So we got Simia, Kwan, Gallegos, maybe Corelli? Maybe Corelli. Folks, we'll have that info for you in just a moment. Hey, but why not, if you're in the area, come on down. It's only just past 10 p.m. Lounge is rocking. Bar's flowing. There's a little bit of extra traffic right now because a bunch of folks just came off, but once they get through that thirsty bunch, drinks will be flowing. Here comes Alfie. Not Simia. Oh, that's right. Simia dropped their second. So it's Corelli, Kwan, Gallegos, Kasperowitz. Okay. There we go. So it's Kwan, Gallegos, Kasperowitz, Corelli are our final four. Each of those draws will be at 11:30 tomorrow. We're going to be checking out.